recap was being read, but I was hoping I could get something to jog my memory before that, because I'm usually pretty good about remembering what happened, but I was just like, I have no idea.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hi!
Hey.
I know Ilyana's going to be a little late today. Just
Hopefully
a heads
she
up.
doesn't have to walk home from work again.
No, it wasn't that. I think she was busy last night, but she might be walking home from a friend's house, actually. I'm not sure.
I don't know if that's any better. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, if that's the case, it's not much better, but I know she was busy last night doing some things in her own personal time, so she messaged me this morning to let me know.
She was like, listen, I might be really hungover, but also late.
Yeah, I think she might not be hungover, but we'll see. We'll see when she gets here.
Yeah, unfortunately, I did drink last night, but not like a ton, but usually the only thing alcohol does to me is like make me incapable of sleep, so now I'm very tired because I didn't sleep much.
Oh, that makes sense. Usually I get a rank headache after drinking, and lately, now that I'm over 30, and I used to drink a lot when I was maybe younger, and yeah, so now I feel it a lot more. But I don't know, is 30 young? I don't know. Somebody told me 30's still young, and I was like, I don't know. I think you're stretching it now.
I mean, probably it's young compared to some, but not young compared to like fucking yourself up with alcohol, probably.
Well, if you want to look at it, the average lifespan is, what, 80, right? Yeah, 82
True.
in Canada. So you're still below halfway there, so there you go.
Yeah, fair enough. That makes sense.
Halfway there.
I don't know, the way that my body feels like broken apart, I think that there's a distinct like curve. You hit 30 and just there's a sharp drop off.
That's all stuff you can fix with enough effort.
Okay, Gwen.
All right, so I'm just realizing I didn't do a recap. How about you all just tell me things, and I'm just going to start putting it into the recap.
Pull up the notes again.
What was that?
Is it on? I'm pulling out the notes from last week.
Nice.
So we decided to burn the zombie bodies, but had to wait for the rain to stop. Five wanders around by themselves forever looking for a cave and being sad. Ilyana and Natala play dragon chess, and Ilyana kicks her ass. Some roleplay with Beryl being an idiot, Grigor setting up a tent, Globuk not managing to make rations taste like anything other than rations. Gwen's fear of spiders. Five talking about a dog that she used to watch that just left one day and everyone agreeing that it got adopted while actually realizing it's dead, probably. Apparently we decided to get a dog for Anders. I did not remember that part.
Oh, I remember that part. I remember that Grigor was like, oh yeah, Anders would like a dog.
The group
Definitely.
catches Gwen up on the moral situation of the orc from the previous session. Gwen talks about adopting it as a pet in nicer words than that, like reforming it and converting it. Ilyana says that when we're done with the beetle thing, we're going to capture one person and she will not be responsible for it in any way. So nothing really happens during the watch except for Grigor on his turn just abandoning the group. We all agree that he's an idiot and will probably die on his own, so we go after him. We find him. We were right. He's dying to a snake bite because he's a failure. We save him from the bite, convince him to come with us because it'll be safer, and then we just basically are where we were at the beginning of the day, but we've lost some spell slots in a couple hours. We eventually come up to a hot spring, have fun splashing in the water for a bit. Ilyana finds a cave, sees a bunch of bones, wants to run away. Some fire elemental metal things come up. Ilyana manages to scare them somehow, and they agree to trade a javelin for a magic shield. So they're obviously not the smartest things. Then we.
Hold up, I'm gonna stop you there. Let's go for some OOC stuff. They gave you something in higher value to trade for their lives because they felt that they would lose a battle if they instigated one, and Ilyana intimidated them into it. So there was a check, and there was a reason that you guys got. It wasn't just that they're stupid. It was that Ilyana intimidated them, and they didn't want to die. But keep going. Your notes are amazing, by the way.
All right. After that, we find. Like sift through all the random fluff. Right, we come across a cave that's nearby the lake that we're trying to get to. Oleander heads in, gets electrocuted. Then the little like lightning wisps come out and start attacking us. 2 of us do radiant damage, so we managed to kill one. Ilyana tricks one into being like pacified because she has dancing lights, and that worked. And then they keep trying to kill Grigor and failing, but they're trying very hard. And we eventually kill 2 of them, and the last one runs away. And then there's the moment where Gwen would have died, except for like 4 different factors that saved her, between like Barrel's Bane and that the thing's made of light, not being immune to being blinded by light. Slowbook and Gwen know what these things are and talk about them being like these little like light creatures that are just like corrupted light that steal dead souls and blah blah blah. But the other way around, corrupt like dead souls that steal light and corrupt it. Grigor is thankful and now has proof that he's a badass. And then Ilyana makes like a little dancing light pop out in the cave and disappear to freak everyone out, thinking that they're still in there because she doesn't want to go in the cave and has no remorse for being a bitch. And we decide on watch order and head to bed.
Wonderful.
Don't forget the giant construct and the gnome who gave me the goggles.
Oh right, I just went right over that. That would have been after rescuing Grigor, but before the hot spring. There was a half orc I think, and a gnome. No, not half. It was a dwarf orc.
It was a Goliath.
Yes, a Goliath. There we go. They're trying to find Dragon's Keep, and they're arguing like an old married couple. And then they give 5 a little mask that looks like eagle eyes. That help.
They were amazing, and I love them still.
There'll be more of them probably.
Gosh, I hope so. But yes, that was a very good summation there.
Yeah, it was. So, with that, I'd like to also mention that I have now opened up the recap to you guys to edit. So if you want to go and drop anything in there, just because I forgot, and I can't believe I forgot, I was really into like building, obviously, the interactions for the whole campaign, and forgot to do the recap. So if you want to go in there and edit it yourselves, you can dump things in there, and then I'll go probably back and format it another time or whatever. You can just copy pasta if you want, or if you want, you can go in there and write it and make it sound eloquent, either or. And I just put it at the top of all of our sheets. I haven't put it into the recap folder yet.
First thing I'm gonna do is be a massive pedantic asshole and fix a spelling error.
Oh yeah, please do. And like I've changed tenses through there like many times, so feel free to edit it. If you're into that kind of thing, please do, because I'm definitely into that as well. I've been writing at a university level for a long time, but I definitely won't do it in this game. It's more like Spark Notes, kind of like you're at a session or like a lesson or a lecture, any of those things, and you're trying to like get down as many notes as you can. That's kind of what Recap 6 looks like right now. It's stenographed, terrible writing. So please feel free to give it some syntax.
I don't know if I'm willing to go through the effort of fixing this.
That's fair. That's fair. You can just copy paste it, like I said, and then I'll change it in the later for next session probably.
Did anything happen after I left, or was that pretty much the end?
No, that was the end. I mean, Gwen covered it. Ilyana used her dancing lights to scare everybody. I think at the end we were doing a lot of like level 3 talking because I let you know that we would make it to level 3. So, you know, and that we would begin the next session in the morning, I believe is how I said it.
Okay.
Oh, no, yeah, it was in the morning. I held one random roll from the day, and we're going to do it this day, so we're going to encounter 3 random rolls today. And that's just because it didn't fit in right. But I will let you know that the gnomes, the gnome and the Goliath were off of a random roll. And yeah, so obviously a lot of the randomness is already impacting our campaign. Now I see Beryl isn't here yet. Usually I give it like 15 minutes and then I start. So, yeah, I'll just hang out. Any questions about your level ups, anything like that?
I don't think so. I just did it this morning.
Yeah, I did it like the day, like after the session last week, and then yesterday I checked again. I had just undone everything. I had to redo it.
Oh, trippy. Yeah, I went into your sheet it was in the middle of character mancing, and it was basically at the end, so I just moved it forward to the end. But obviously I changed something when I did that. Had you already added all the spells, and then like when I hit character mance forward, did it remove all of your second level spells again?
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck. As soon as you said it, I just realized that's probably what would have happened. And I was like, oh shit, actually, you were probably already done, but you were still in Character Mancer mode. And I thought you were done too, because I'd seen that you had chosen a lot of different spells. So I was like, perfect, they got all the spells. And then obviously when I forwarded through the rest of the Character Mancer option, it redid the spells and reapplied the ones from the Character Mancer and took away all of your other ones.
Yeah, that's right. Because I thought I'd finished the Character Mancer, but I guess I missed something.
I think there was just one. It was just in review or something like that, or it was still in spells when I got there. So I had seen that you had like all the spells that you were necessarily needed, and I was like, perfect, I'll just keep going. But probably when I got to the end part, it just went ahead and did the auto spells and took away whatever else. But yeah, I'll try to make sure in the future, or if just make sure you go through with the full Character Mancer before you add your spells in, because I know you have to add a bunch of spells after you're done when you get a new level of spell. So when you get to your 3rd level spells, just make sure you go through your full Character Mancer, and then after you're done, you can add all the spells in.
Alright. Yeah, because like the Character Mancer isn't like super well equipped for the classes that just like know all their spells and have to prepare different ones each day.
Yeah, it's terrible, and you have to do it manually. And I was like, I never understood that. You know, I'm like, God damn, I like paid for this essentially, and I thought that would have been part of those classes, you know. But whatever, it's nice for everything else. Maybe I'll just add that to like the Roll20 things that I've been complaining about. I always send them like little notes. I'm like, oh, you could do this better. I want this thing. Like deleting things in chat, like so that I don't have to, go and bury them essentially. That's one.
Yeah, you'd think that would be something that you could do that would just be helpful.
Yeah,
Even
the only
if
thing you can do is just clear the whole thing.
yeah, like even if you wouldn't let like the players erase things, you could at least let the DM, have the power to get rid of stuff.
Yep. Well, I just seen Beryl snooze the alarm too many times. That's funny because I literally slept through my alarm when I was supposed to do that one shot with you guys that one time, Beryl and 5. And it's just like, yeah, I know it happens. It's going to happen probably even a couple times more throughout our group phasing because it's just a thing, People, we like to take naps, and sometimes the alarm isn't powerful enough.
Well, especially for you guys, it's like what it starts at 12, right? Which is I don't know. I often sleep till at least 12.
It's at 11 for me.
I'm pretty much a morning guy, but what happens is I'll wake up at like 5 with the dog, and then I'll smoke a bunch of weed and play video games, and then I'll pass out around like 10 or 11 so that I'm not like, like foggy for the session. And then, if I pass out at 10 or 11 and I sleep past 12, well then I'm fucked. So it's probably just the fact that I smoke too much weed in the mornings on the weekends because I'm like, yeah, it's the weekend. Let's play video games and get high.
Yeah, I can't even take naps. Like, naps just don't work for me. Like, if it's not at least 4 hours, my body will make it 4 hours.
That makes sense. It's like you're getting locked in.
You're not making it to REM sleep, you're not doing anything.
Exactly.
I basically just like wake up at 8 and then spend an hour contemplating the benefits of staying in bed or actually getting up. And then I eventually do get up because it's been an hour, and at that point it's not worth it anymore.
Oh yeah, sure. You got that hour to like, as your brain just sort of contemplates things, or you look on your phone for an hour and you're like, ah, shit, I could have gone back to sleep, but I didn't. Oh well.
And like, is it that bad if I just go back to sleep? And the answer is probably no, because I always spend the hour anyway, but I'm never equipped to think that in the moment.
Ugh. All this talk about sleep. I want to sleep. I'd very much like to go crawl into bed, but I will try to be awake.
You could just like play this on the phone or the laptop and lie in your bed while playing.
Now that just sounds like a terrible idea. It's like, what do you think, 5? 5? Fuck it. 5 is asleep. 5 went into a coma and will not be with us for the next day and a half.
I've definitely had that happen. My nurses in my other campaign, on my Saturday campaign, they're always sleep deprived from working night shifts at the beginning of our sessions. And sometimes they only get like 3 or 4 hours or 2 hours, whatever, before the session, just a little nap. And yeah, one of my buddies was on the couch and he had the laptop, he's all cuddly and cozy. And we were doing a shopping sessions, and so it's pretty, it can get mundane as people are listing off things they need or whatever. But anyways, we hadn't heard from him in about half an hour, and then I was like, all right, well, what do you want to shop for? And it was just dead silence. And of course, later in the Discord, he let us know that, yeah, he passed out right there in his couch, all cuddled up and snuggled up.
Yeah, I've heard enough stuff from people who, have been trying to take like online college courses to know that just getting into bed with your computer or your phone to definitely stay awake and listen does not work.
Yeah, it can be really tough, that's for sure. Alright, so everybody's done. I'm going to kind of start the session, I think, because we know Barrel's on the way, Ilyana's on the way. So first off, yeah, I think we've already covered it, but everybody understands their level 3 stuff and they've got everything good to go. So then I'll jump into our to-do. First things first, I want to talk a bit about attunements because we had 2 magic items last session, and we had 5 attuned to one of them. However, I'm not sure we went through it all with Globuk. So Globuk, I just want to ask, did we actually spend a short rest after you got your shield to attune to it and identify to it? So yeah, I don't think we ever identified your shield. So we can do that
No,
today.
we definitely didn't identify it, and I don't think we had a short rest. I don't remember.
Yeah, exactly. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, because your long rests that happened last night, they essentially give you 2 hours to do things. You only have to sleep for 6 of it, and then you can spend 2 hours doing regular mundane activities, aka things like watch or whatever. But during that 2 hours, I'm just going to say you, Globuk, took the time to, first hour, identify it, second hour, attune to it. And that way, now we at least took the time to role play when that happened.
Okay.
In the future, it's supposed to be my job to remember, but I'm like pretty out of practice because both my campaigns were pretty deep. So I don't really give them any more magic items. They already got a lot of what they wanted. So I forgot, like, just being in that constant thing about attunement and identifying, because I haven't done it in a few sessions for sure. So I'll be a little rusty on that. I might give you something again, your group that's magic, and I don't go through identifications. Just try and remember, or like break me out of that habit if I start falling into it. Other than that, and then 5. I know we attuned to it for you, but just for a heads up, we'll have to do an identification for the next time. I'm not going to worry about it right now, but the next time anybody really gets a magic item, we have to go through the identification process first and then the attunement, or you can try attuning to it without knowing what it is. And I'll warn you now, if you try and do that, you'll probably get cursed.
Probably get cursed. Okay, I just, for some reason, figured that they told me what it was because you just told me what it was. I figured if you'd been like, here's a mysterious set of goggles, then I'd have been like, oh, I guess I have to figure out what these are.
True, yeah. And I would say maybe, feel free to be wary of whatever you're given. You can always, they can tell you what it is, but you can go through your own steps of identification, because even just telling you, oh, these are the eyes of eagle, your characters will still need to know, like, what does that even mean or do, or how does it work, all that kind of stuff. So, I understand that, like, we gave you sort of like, I gave it to you, but I'll also still try and make sure that everybody goes through the actual process of identification on their own, unless they truly insight check or they truly trust whoever's giving them the stuff. Like, if Taehun Joe gave you a magic item, I don't think you would have to go through identifying it. You could just ask Taehun Joe, hey, Grandmaster, what is this item, And because you trust her enough, you can do that. So, but yeah, in the future, I'll just try and make sure we do identifications and then attunements.
Sounds good.
Yeah, and what else is on my to-do? And I'm just looking up if there's money components, because I'm pretty sure there's a 10 gold, but I'm not sure. It's like, it's been a while again since I've done the whole attunements thing. Also, I'll get everybody to make sure that they have that resource that I talked about at the beginning of the campaign called Attunements, 0 out of 3 on your character sheet, and you can build it over where you have all of your counter trackers just above all your features and traits. And you can build one that says Attunements, 0 probably out of 3 for some of you. Now for Globuk, I believe the shield +1 you actually have to attune to, but maybe not. Maybe that's why we didn't even attune to it.
I was in the middle, kind of looking it up. So give me just a second.
Oh, I see you actually do not need to attune to the shield. A lot of the magic equipment you won't, but for special items you do, especially ones that are more class specific. But a shield has no really class specific thing, so usually they won't ask for attunements on things like that. Other things like +1 longswords and stuff, you usually don't need attunement for those either. So yeah, it looks like your shield will not take one of your attunement slots. You can just carry it around. So we'll remove the idea of that you attuned to it. You just identified it at least.
Okay. Is there anything else I need to know about it, like with identifying it, or just that it's just a shield +1?
No, it's just a shield +1. You can look it up in the compendium. It's very, very simple. It's a magic shield. Other than that, it's pretty simple.
Okay. I was just making sure, because I know there's sometimes there's random magic item tables and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And then there's other properties that are hidden within the actual description of the item.
Right. Cool.
Darn, not having a wizard will put a hamper on our item figuring out.
Yeah, it's like identification is okay. I think the bard has it, barrel, so you don't have to worry about that. I think. But regardless, you just have to spend a short rest and you can do it anyways. I always thought that, let's put it this way. With my wizard, I rarely used identify, simply because after you're done a fight, you're almost always going to take a short rest anyways. So, you're going to end up identifying stuff.
That's useful. I didn't know that just the layman could identify things. That's cool.
Yep. Now, there is like a variant for more difficult identification that I don't play with. And in that variant, it's more you take away the short rest ability. That way the identify spell becomes much, much more important, or like paying wizards or whatever to identify your magic items when you get into town becomes important. Again, I don't play with that variant because I'm not trying to make the campaign that much more difficult and tedious. I kind of just want us to have fun. So, and I find the tedium of doing those things can be a little bit dragging. I've done it a little bit in my other campaigns, and it's actually pretty. It impedes the flow of the game, I think so.
Yeah, not being able to take a short rest would also be just kind of rough because you wouldn't have a chance to heal or anything ever either.
Yeah, like you're able to take short rests. It's just on that short rest you're not able to do the identification. So what ends up happening is people end up stockpiling a bunch of magic items from their adventures until they get to a main city where they have to pay a bunch of gold then. So it kind of sucks because you have to pay a bunch of gold, and then it also kind of sucks if you don't have the identify spell. And then it also kind of sucks because you don't get to use your magic items right away. You have to wait until you get back to his city. So yeah, I just like having the ability for most of the identifications to go pretty easily.
Yeah, for real.
Alright, so is Beryl on his way? I'm like, yeah, okay, you overslept, but like, are you on your way now? We'll see. And I wonder how long Ilyana's going to be, but this is okay because we've got a lot of rules stuff to talk about today, especially with the new things that are happening with different spells and this whole magic identification thing and attunements. Now, I'm just reading through attunements and I don't see any gold requisites, so I'm going to go ahead and say that we don't actually have to pay any gold to attune to anything. It seems that way. If anybody else sees it. Nope, I've just gone through it all. Okay, cool. So let's go to the next thing that I want to discuss today. So that's all attunements. Now I'll just ask, did everybody add that that counter on their sheets for how many magical attunement items they have?
I just did.
Yeah, I just did also.
Cool. And Gwen is BRB right now. Alright, the next one I want to talk about is spell materials. So Ilyana and I got into a little bit of a discussion about spell materials because of her level 3 spells. What some spells say and what they do is they require material components of a certain gold amount. The way I RP this or play this is that you can either use the listed materials or you can just pay the gold amount through your arcane focus. Now, with that being said, you can attain, like I said, the materials through other methods. So we play like a hybrid materials and arcane focus thing. So, example, a pair of platinum rings worth at least 50 GP each. Exactly. So in this, you could find platinum, mine it, ore it, smelt it, blacksmith it into rings, and then you have them. And it didn't cost you anything, right? You just found them, you ored them, you mined them. It just took your time and effort. Or you can go to a shop and buy them. You can buy platinum rings from a blacksmith or something like that, and each of them will be 50 GP each. And I'll make sure to take that out of your thing. Now, if you don't have that, I do allow people to play just arcane focus, which gets rid of our material costs, and not the costs, but the actual materials themselves, and it just, like, what I would say is like transmutes, quote unquote, your gold into the necessary components. So while we go through casting, I'll try and make sure that I'm asking you to do this, but if you can also be very cognizant of which of your spells cost money, that would be great for me, just because it's hard to track a little bit all of them for me. But I usually catch it, and I usually ask you if you're using your own materials or if you're using your gold, and then I go check your sheet to actually make sure that you take out the gold or the materials. With that being said, Grigor and Atala, and you can share materials between all of you, right? That's going to be a big thing. But Grigor and Atala have some materials that they use for spell casting. So if you want to, you can go ask them, and they'll maybe have things for you. But if not, if you don't want to play it that way, then you can just use your arcane focus and pay the money straight out. I just like to give players the option to collect their own materials because we have all of these different proficiencies and tools and stuff, and a lot of them play into material gathering. Things like leatherworking or herbalism or like mining and blacksmithing and all that. So most of you are just like, you don't have a lot of cool tool proficiencies, no offense. Or at least ones that are specifically focused on gathering materials, other than I would say Globuk. His cooking utensils can get him different cooking materials. But yeah, essentially Globuk, you'd be able to use that to find different herbs and stuff. And then the herbs are required for things like find familiar. So Globuk, you would find herbs, you would give them to Ilyana or Atala. Spoiler alert. And then they can cast find familiar, and they'll be able to, Atala will be able to create a familiar out of the herbs that you find, Globuk, and she won't have to pay any money. That'll become probably a little bit more important when you get into the later stages of the game, when the spells become very, very much more expensive.
Sure.
Yeah, and crudely done wood carvings. 5, there are some other like items that are wood carvings. I think we could even like create a magic item out of one of your wood carvings. But then there's like dice and stuff like that. You could create dice sets, and you could create gaming sets, and you could create other things. So, I don't think any spells require it, but also I would give you wood carving tool checks on harvesting bark and stuff like that, and specific types of bark, and after a nature check of probably finding out exactly what it is. Anyways, and then you'd be able to harvest certain barks, and I'm pretty sure bark is one of them. Like bark skin, I think maybe is one of them. But essentially what we'll do is, today is one of the sessions I want to do this, where we talk about the different things you need for your spells, and then we all talk about a little bit, and it's sort of like semi-OOC, but in character as well, about what you're able to gain, and then also what people need, so that you have a good idea of what your group dynamic is as far as harvesting and trading.
Oh, yeah, that is a good point. So we can figure out what all people need, so that if we happen to pass by it, everyone will be like, oh, yeah, we need some of that.
Yeah, and maybe you can help craft and gather things for each other. I see, look at Gwen already needs a specifically marked stick, so, there you go. You'd use your wood carving check to see if you could create this specifically marked stick, and then
I can make a stick.
There you go. You can whittle it.
Also, I like.
Gold, so.
Well, I'll just have to make sure my skills make it up to worth 25 gold.
We just have to make you famous, so anything you make
there you go.
blood.
Famous wood artist. Yeah, that's brilliant. But also, I like the idea that now I really want to carve like my own set of like a dragon chest, my own dragon chest set.
Yeah, that's a really cool idea. And I know like I would allow you to carve like different items. If you guys got a bag of tricks, they're filled with little puppets that are like felt. But I would allow you to put in different figurines, and stuff like that, so that when you put your hand in,
cool.
you could pull out a different type of animal to throw out there. It would probably be the same CR rating as one of the other animals that you would just replace with, but at least you could have like a different figurine, essentially.
A mouse.
There you go. I would replace, I think one of them is like a little weasel or something in one of them, and that's like if you roll a nat 1, you get that. I would be like, yeah, if you roll a nat 1 in what you pull out of the bag, then you'd probably get a mouse, because it's so small and like wouldn't help you at all. All right, what's up, Cyber? What's up, Beryl? Good to see you.
Hello.
Hey! Good
Making
morning
food.
there, sleepyhead.
Apparently.
You sound like me. That happened to me just 2 weeks ago, or last weekend. I can't even remember.
It was sometime. I don't know.
Yeah, it was a thing. And alarms, man, whatever. Alarms are lame.
Apparently.
I know the feeling too of being sleepy and coming to a session, so I'm glad you're here. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, really. If the alarm doesn't like tip the bed over and knock me out of it, then it's always optional.
Luckily, I have a cat that seems to think that it's the alarm. and it'll just sit on my face or like scratch things in the room, and that'll wake me up much more effectively than the alarm ever could, I think. You know, when you're suffocating with a mouthful of cat fur, you'll wake up pretty quick.
Good point.
All right, so Beryl, we were just covering a little bit of rule stuff today, because I had been talking about attunements, because we got a little mistaken with not identifying things before attuning to them and all that stuff. Last week, however, I just went through it all, and actually, Globuk doesn't even need to attune to the shield. However, he took the night to identify his shield, so now he knows exactly what it is. And yeah, we're all waking up in this morning again in our little carriage, and we will get into the session in a little bit, but again, we're just doing some housekeeping things. So the attunements thing, the way it's going to work from now on, you got to make sure you identify before you attune, and if you do not identify, expect a curse probably. And other than that, if I miss it, please try and remind me, because in all of my campaigns, it's probably been a couple months since I gave people like magic stuff, because they've just gotten so much of it, they already have it all essentially. So yeah, if I forget about it, hit me up. And yeah, does that sound all good?
Sounds good to me.
All right, and we did talk a little bit about spell components. So I don't know if we talked about it personally, but I talked with Ilyana personally about it. But just to have it out here in the session, you can either use the material components or your arcane focus. Your arcane focus does not require the components. It only requires the gold amount to cast the spell. And if you choose to use the materials, then that's fine. You just have to have them in your sheet. And everybody will have different things that they can get materials from, like Globuk will be able to harvest herbs, which is something Atala uses for her Find Familiar spell. So this session, I was saying we should take a little time to all talk about what you can harvest and then what spells you need components for, and we'll half-ass be in character, out of character kind of thing while we do that. So yeah, that's the whole thing about spell materials, because it's going to be a big thing moving forward. So every time you cast a spell that you need a spell material for, either you need to expend the gold amount or the materials. And I will be coming to your sheets usually to come check that you do that. And yeah, it's usually not too big of a thing. I usually catch it, but if I don't catch it, please just try and be aware of which spells do cost you money. And if they do cost you money, to just remind me. It's kind of like a teamwork thing here, where you remind me and then I go make sure you do it. And, you know, that way we don't just leave me hanging out here. So that's that. Does that all sound good, Beryl?
Yep.
Wonderful. And then the other thing I just wanted to mention, actually, that's on my sheet now. Beryl, your Jack of all trades feat or feature or trait, I don't think we've been using it, but let's just make sure that from now on we add those Jack of all trades extra proficiencies. I think it's literally just 1 to each roll right now, because your proficiency bonus is only 2. But as it gets higher and higher, those are going to be important for you, to see if you're going to pass or fail checks. So your Jack of all trades allows you to add half of a proficiency bonus to any skill check that you are using that does not already have a proficiency bonus. So say I check something like, I don't know, stealth or something, and you don't have proficiency in it, you can add this Jack of all trades modifier, which adds currently 1 extra to your dice check, and then you will be able to increase that as your proficiency bonus increases as you all increase your levels. So, does that make sense?
Yep.
Cool.
There's actually a checkbox in the settings for Jack of all trades. I think it's been adding it.
Oh, sweet. Okay, then if it's already adding it, then I just haven't noticed. And I was maybe just expecting it to see it, like, not in the roll. Oh, it's there. I can see it. Yep.
Yeah.
That's that +1 at the end. Perfect. Awesome. Thanks for just showing me that, actually, that it's, that it doesn't do... Sometimes it adds the, like, modifier in a different way, and it shows it with, like, text. But now all I have to do is scroll up, and I see that the +1 charisma modifier, so...
Wait, you're a bard and you don't already have proficiency in charisma?
Well, that's just a standard charisma check. That's not...
Yeah, he wouldn't get...
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's not a save. Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
If you want deception, there we go. Holy shit.
Oh yeah. All right.
And then he
That's a
rolls a
waste
19 and a fucking 17. Good job.
That's like the best roll you've had so far.
Yeah, Barrel's like
That's
showing
fine.
off right now.
What do you mean? I've been rolling good this whole time.
Especially on damage rolls.
Oh, the sarcasm is thick today.
Oh, yes.
All right, well, that's all my housekeeping stuff before we jump into today's session. Beryl, do you have any questions, anything you want to cover before we go in? Anybody else?
Nope, Barrel's good.
Well, since we were mentioning it, does anyone have any like immediately obvious spell components that they want me to write down so I can try to remember?
Sure, yeah, you guys can jump into that. I'm actually going to take 2 seconds to just go to the bathroom quick, and you guys can talk about your spell components, who can harvest what. So far, all I really know is Globik can harvest herbs and stuff. But yeah, you guys can talk, and then I'll come back and let you know what Grigor and Atala can do, or might need.
Okay, that sounds good. Yeah, I was gonna say actually, if you guys want to just type it in the chat, that would be. Oh, your example, yeah. None of us have metalworking just yet, I don't think. But...
That's everything that has a gold cost.
1 copper piece placed on each of a corpse's eyes, which... What?
Oddly specific.
That's so creepy! What spell is that for?
Gentle repose. It like keeps a corpse from turning undead and stalls the timer for resurrecting it.
Oh, okay. Well,
It's
So-
actually a nice spell. That, yeah, creepy as hell.
Yeah, when you take the cost out of context, it's a bit awkward.
yeah, I was like, so that just equals 2 copper pieces, right? So you can just cast that like for for nothing for
Yes.
freezies.
And then I can just take the copper back after. It doesn't actually cost anything.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's Ruby dust. All right. Rubies, specially marked sticks, bones, or similar tokens. Like, how do they have to be specially marked? Like, if I just write, something on the
You have to
side of
draw a
it, does that
penis.
count as specially marked? Yeah. Yeah. If we just draw you some penis sticks, does that count?
No, I'm just kidding. You could. I mean, it's so vague that you could do whatever you want, probably.
Yeah, it's like specially marked how? I was about to be like, I can carve you some bones, but that's not really... They would be wooden bones. Tokens. Maybe. Yeah. I could just, I don't know how that works. I could make up a set of tokens and be like, I could sell these for 25 gold, so now here you go.
Yeah, usually I'll have like a little bit of a check or like something to go along with it. But again, I'm not going to try and like railroad you on spell components, especially because we're playing an arcane focus, thing too. So it's like, you can get away with not even dealing with these and just paying money. So if you are taking the time to RP it, I'll like be friendly with you and help you through that. And I'm not gonna like, be like, oh yeah, that's not worth it. You didn't do good enough, or like I'll do a check, but like I won't make you like have to go seek out some sort of like special carver to make these sticks or anything.
That is a good point. Pearl worth at least 100. Okay, cool. An owl feather. Well, that should be easy enough. Just go pull one off of... Well, does that count if it's not a real owl, if it's like a fey creature? If we take feathers off of it, will they still be owl feathers?
Only for the... Well, actually, I wouldn't say they are. So what happens to a fine familiar's body when it dies is it just evaporates. It's not actually real. So I'd say that the shape that they take is not real. Therefore, because the feather then is not real, it would not count towards a real spell.
The owl feather has no cost associated with it, so you could just use your focus for that.
That's a good point.
Yeah, so a big thing too, yeah, you don't need to worry about anything that doesn't have cost. Like my druid has a million things that have, different material components because it's a big thing about their class to have all these different components or whatever. But specifically, only right now I think Find Familiar has the cost of 10 gold or a bunch of herbs and shit. But I'll ping that out for you guys. But essentially, that out of like the 20 spells, there's only like maybe one that has an actual gold cost to it.
Oh yeah, same with Barrel. This is the only one with money involved. So the rest of them.
I was gonna say, what spell is that? Because 100 GP Pearl is like pretty.
Oh, that's
crazy.
the Identified spell.
Oh Jesus! Yep.
That's a level 1 spell that costs 100 gold to be able to use.
That's crazy, man. We
Does
like
it-
never even used it in a lot of my stuff, so it's like, I didn't even know it cost 100. That's crazy. Yeah, who's gonna have 100 GP at first level? Nobody.
Does it get used up, or like can you use it forever?
I think you can use it forever, but still.
Well, that's better.
Yeah.
At least you don't have to find 100 GP Pearl every time.
But you still have to spend 100 GP, which like you guys won't get that probably till like level 5 or something like.
Yeah, and if we were playing like a regular campaign, which operated in like copper pieces and shit, forget about it.
Yeah, exactly. Like I've already accelerated the first few levels so that we can get through them and then get to a better place. So yeah, it would take a long time. Also, if you're playing that variant where you can't identify on short rests, all of a sudden this becomes a huge thing. Like, who are you going to pay to do this? And or are you going to go buy your own pearl eventually? So yeah, I'm kind of glad I like never really worried about this too much in my other campaigns. And that most of the identifications came from short rests because that pearl, yeah, it's pretty expensive for first level
That's
spell.
a good idea, though. We're gonna get a pearl, and then when we're in town on breaks, we're gonna set Barrel up in a little stand and have him charge people to identify things for them, and then we'll get money.
maybe it'll work. We'll see. We'll see how your business
We're gonna have
pans
someone
out.
watching.
What was
I
that?
think this is a great idea.
No one's watching Barrel. He might start paying people to identify their items on accident.
He's like, I need practice here. Give me your stuff. I'll identify it.
The real question
Okay.
is how accurate will Barrel be in his descriptions of what they do?
Well, listen, we didn't say we had to charge them a lot, but we just, we'll leave Barrel and one other person. We'll just be on rotation.
There you go. So, yeah, Atala has her herbalism kit. There you go. You can see how it works. And she can look for herbs and stuff. I haven't been doing it specifically because, like, none of you have an herbalism kit, and there's a whole herbalism, like, module thing that I bring in for other campaigns or for people who have it, and it's kind of a big thing. But I didn't bring it in because this is an NPC. However, if you ever want her to, like, use her herbalism kit to find you herbs or something specific, you can ask her to do that. I allow one herbalism check per map, or per page, I would say. So any area that you enter into, you get one herbalism check from Atala or anybody else who has your herbalism kits. So if you had 6 people with herbalism kits, you would get 6 checks. And then, yeah, she'll give them to you probably because she's just like, she's like that. She's a good girl. She's nice. She's good. She won't charge you for her services out here in the middle of nowhere where you're all trying to be a group together.
Yeah, it comes with it was a complimentary service with everything we already paid to have her.
Yeah, exactly. It's all tied in together with the money you already paid for her, so.
Basically, she's gonna turn into a dog and then bring us like the herbs and drop on her feet and wag her tail.
Oh, I hope
Yeah.
so.
No, a spider, remember? Just kidding.
I will murder her if she turns into a spider.
Oh god. Can you just imagine like a giant spider coming over with like a bundle of herbs in its mouth?
I
Like,
was
here
more
you go.
I have
envisioning
to kill it.
the giant frog.
Oh yeah, the
Okay,
giant frog's
frog
pretty dope.
almost eating Ileana was hilarious.
I think it was really hilarious when it actually got one of the dogs in its mouth. I was like, oh, that was the whole goal. I just want to like have a dog in the giant mouth, and that would just, I think that's hilarious.
Yeah, and the fact that it couldn't get out the whole time.
And now that you all know about how swallowing and stuff works, I can't wait to eat one of you.
Hmm.
Oh, that.
Yay!
Oh no.
I've only swallowed a few of my party members before. It's kind of tough, but if it happens, it's always a good time.
Phrasing.
All right, well, I guess like we're still discussing this stuff, but is everybody kind of got what they need and out there, or what are you guys thinking so far?
Well, if things are gonna try to eat Beryl, I'm glad I have this new spell.
Uh-oh, I wonder what it is. I haven't checked your sheet. I like leaving it a little bit vague sometimes, and I like the surprise of what people took. So we'll leave it for that. Oh, wow, yeah, the phrasing got really crazy real quick. That was like a full minute or two that we were just like all going off with the with the weird phrasing there. Mostly unnoticed. All right, well, let's see. What do we need today? We need a weather check and 2 random rolls. So, who hasn't rolled me a D100 yet? All right, I thought I'd gotten everybody good. So we'll just go down the line then. Gwen, you'll do the weather check. Globuk, 5. You'll do our 2 D100s. Beryl, we'll get to you in a little bit.
Woo!
I think I got you, Beryl, on the session where it was only Globuk 5 in us. Like you, me, Globuk, and 5. I'm pretty sure I got you on that one. Uh-oh. Ruh-oh is right. A 4 is not good.
Oh man, are we gonna have another?
Is it time to rain
hurricane?
zombies again?
God, why? I'm gonna be an expert in woodworking in like a week.
Yeah, this was supposed to take you like 4 days. I'm pretty sure you guys are already on like day 3, and you haven't even gotten there. So, we'll get to that in a sec. I'm gonna take a little second, just stand by to get all of my random stuff for the day, and then organize it into when I'm gonna drop it all on you. So we're gonna take the sheets first, my DM sheets, and we're gonna go to our magic 100 random stuff, and we've got a 23 and a 7-4. All right. We've hit a lot of 70s before. I think this area is getting like a little chopped out. Okay, okay.
Yeah, all these days of like hurricanes is really gonna make or break our group because after so many days of being stuck inside of a carriage for the entire day, we'll definitely know if we can all just travel with each other anymore or not.
Answer is obviously no. I don't know why we're watching these.
I mean, listen, probably in real life the answer would be no, but this is D&D.
All right. Well, I'm ready to go. I'll take talking to myself off. 1 sec. I always forget to do it if I don't, and then I'm rolling stuff to you guys, and it's like 20 minutes later, somebody's like, we haven't seen a roll for like any of these rolls you're talking about, and I'm like, oh shit. Anyways, let's see here. So with the 4, yeah, we start with the 4. Oh, so sad. Unfortunately, it is another torrential downpour. This time, it seems like almost a hurricane is coming from the southern coast, which you are not too far away from, and the Gulf of Gruthal. And in the Gulf of Gruthal, there has been a hurricane that has been now traveling inland northern towards you guys. And it hits you guys, and it makes the roads unpassable. Dun dun dun. Which means we will have to go through a whole nother day of random rolls and see if you guys get beat up while you're just waiting in a carriage. However, today, you are right, is another day where we do not do anything. We cannot move the carriage because not only are the horses not going to do their thing, it's way too muddy, and the mud everywhere makes the carriage wheels bend and pitch, and you could break the carriage, essentially. So, you guys are stuck here once again with horrible torrential downpour. Luckily, it's not the 1 or 2 which ends up usually summoning some sort of beast or crazy thing. It's just a normal, crazy torrential downpour with no encounters. So, yeah, we're going to have a day here to kind of RP with ourselves and hang out. We're going to start the day and the session right away here with all of us waking up in the morning after having, encountered the will-o-wisps outside this cave. And we will see what happens during the day. But I think, who was the last person to go on watch? Do we remember who the last watch person was?
It was Globuk.
All right. Well then, Globuk, you're awake, and you see that people are starting to shuffle and shimmy and shake and wake up, bleary-eyed, and the storm has already rolled in. It's raining outside heavily. The smell of fresh grass and all that is permeating through the carriage, and the moisture levels have gotten really high. It's very humid in there. And Atala kind of rubs her eyes a little bit when she wakes up, and she looks outside and says, "Oh, God, not this again. I didn't want to have to deal with another day of rain."
Apparently this spring is just gonna be a really wet one.
Oh, more rain.
Should we get the horses somewhere? Okay, well, 5 is gonna jump up and go out to help take care of the horses. Argo and Trigger, because I remember their names.
No, you didn't. You looked at the sheet.
I didn't! I just remembered them.
Oh, okay. Well, that's pretty good, actually. Yeah. Give me an animal handling check.
Them.
I love them too. I actually went and looked up really cool names for them. Trigger is a famous Palomino horse who was part of Hollywood. So this is like, he's very like a bougie diva male Palomino horse. I have like serious personalities for both of these horses. 14, good enough.
Oh, that's great.
You're able to corral them. They seem pretty anxious and like they're fighting you a little bit. It's not an easy thing to do, but you are able to corral them under some trees and tie them up. And they seem much more happy to be out of the rain.
I give them some of their food and like stroke them for a bit, just kind of like, try to calm them down and be like outside for a little bit, since I imagine we'll be spending some of today inside.
Sounds good. I am going to stop us right there. We have to do the rations. So, Globa cooked a bunch of rations for us. We'll go through that one first. Did you remove all those rations from the 7 rations from your thing?
I removed them from my sheet, yeah.
All right, then we took 2 meals yesterday as well, traveling. There was a supper and like a lunch one, and we chose not to cook the rations. However, each of us decided to eat our own rations, I'm pretty sure. Correct me if I'm wrong about that, but did everybody remove the rations that they ate? That's what I'm worried about.
I've been doing mine.
Cool.
Forgot. Is that 2 sets of rations?
Yep, 2 sets of rations, which I believe will take us, most of us, down to 8. I think we all have 10 to start. So yeah, we should all be sitting around 8 except for Globuk.
Yeah, Globuk's down to 1.
I am at 0. I only started with 2.
Oh, you didn't have
Barrels.
Explorer Pack, I think, or whatever gives you more. Well, that's something you'll have to RP. And
Okay, there's plenty of
now,
food around.
yeah, now that we're in the morning again, I guess Atala will kind of see that Five's taking care of the horses, and she'll say, "Well, does everybody still have rations for the day, or what are we thinking for breakfast?"
Nope. Yeah, I've got none. Absolutely nothing.
All right, well, I can give you some. Here, take 5 of mine.
You're so kind.
No problem. Being a druid, I could always find food outside. It's just nice to have the rations here. I know I wouldn't want to do that right now, so, you can always take as many rations as you'd like from me, and I'm always able to go outside and find a little bit more for myself.
You know what they say? Good food is sustenance for the soul.
Yes, that's very wise. All
We
right.
still have the rations in the cart, right?
Yeah, I think it's 45 sitting in the bottom of the cart. They're there. And so, like I said in the last session, we will go through all of our personal rations, and then we'll start tapping into the 45 underneath.
Okay.
Yeah, and then these rations, they're like hardtack. They're really not that great for food. They're literally just stale bread, essentially. Thick, hard, stale cracker bread kind of thing. And you just drink it with water, and it's just kind of like eating bread.
Good enough.
Good enough to keep you guys going while it rains outside, because I'm pretty sure nobody wants to set up anything to cook with. So, yeah. You're all there. You're all munching down some rations. Everybody could take rations out other than Gwen, who just received rations. So now you'll be 4 because you're eating 1. And, yeah, Atala's going to say, well, we have another day to relax, it seems. Is there anything anybody wants to work on? I know that, Ilyana, we could play some dragon chess again. But I know that some of you might have some skills you'd like to work on. I've seen 5 doing a bit of whittling in her spare time.
Well, I'm getting a little bit cramped up in here. Is anyone interested in going to look at the cave today?
Yes.
Yeah,
We need
global
to-
growth kit.
Need to spread some light in that dark place.
Well, if you're going to go, I'll join you with Grigor.
Hey, Ileana, do you want to go? Of course you go. You don't have a voice right now.
Yeah, she's going to come along. Come along, Ilyana, my secret best friend.
It's great when they don't have a choice. I mean, what?
Are you sure you want to come, Gregor? I know you kind of had, it was a little touch and go for you yesterday.
No, I'm fine. I think I'd be a little bit scared to be in the carriage alone.
It's okay. We'll take care of you. Besides, you must be used to dying by now.
Well, I mean, every time I fall unconscious, it feels like I'm going to maybe slip into the space between life and death, but you all bring me back, so I've learned to feel more comfortable there.
That is not at all terrifying.
Hey, Beryl,
Well, you did ask.
do you want to come, or... I mean, if you want to stay, I'll hang out here.
He is currently muted.
Oh, he is muted.
Not server muted,
Wait, what?
though.
Now he's back.
Oh, hey, Beryl, I was just wondering, since you're the last one in the cart, are you going to come with us, or if you're staying, maybe I'll stay with you?
Oh, where are we going?
Oh, I think we're going to go check out the cave now.
Oh yeah, that thing where the annoying lights came out of. All right.
It was a good try, Grieger, but unfortunately. Well, I'm gonna stand at the mouth of the cave first and just, can I take a look inside and see if I see anything, from out here?
Yeah, everybody who's got dark vision looking in there, roll me perception. My 2 stupid humans who are inept will not be able to see in there unless you throw light, so they're just hanging out back there, and I won't roll them probably unless you really want them to be rolled. You can throw some lit up pebbles in there, but it looks like we're already clearing it with a 22 by Globuk. If anybody else wants to roll, go ahead.
Okay, well, never mind. I can't see in the dark.
Oh yeah, you
As
can't
we-
either.
As we approach the mouth of the cave, I'm just gonna cast light on like one item for everyone, so just like whatever their main weapon is.
Okay, cool.
Oh, thanks.
Well, now you guys can see into this cave a little bit more, and it becomes clear to you what's in there. So I guess, yeah, you don't really need to roll perceptions now that we've lit it up. But regardless, you do see a bunch of dead bodies. It looks like these bodies have been lured into the cave. Pardon me. Most of them seem to be wood elf. Not a lot of them. None of them are wearing any armor. They're all wearing like different types of wood elf clothing that is like linens and furs and leathers and feathers and all that kind of stuff. They look very much like they are part of the jungle, including their attire and their hairstyles. These wood elves looked like, again, they had been lured into it because they're about 20 feet into the cave, and the cave opens up a little bit at that point, just into a small circular room. And their bodies have been kind of spread around the cave in different places. It looks like they died in the middle of combat because they're still have some of their weapons drawn. There's bows on the ground. There's arrows on the ground. And in the middle of all of this, you can see a little bit of loot. And I'm going to bring it all up because this is what you win from your beating these will-o-wisps. All right. Well, you're going to have to go ahead and investigate first, though. So... if anybody wants to go in, you can see that there are all of these dead bodies, these dead wood elf bodies on the ground, and it looks like they'd been lured into this part and then attacked by the will-o-wisps at some point. And you can go deeper in kind of and see what's going on if you want to, or you can just disregard it and get the hell out.
Are any of the bodies, do any of them appear to be any of the paladins from that group that we saw before?
No, those were all just like regular like humans, I believe. Right?
I thought it was a bunch of paladins and they're like elf queen or some queen or something that she died.
Yeah, I will say that they were not wood elves. Let's put it that way. This is very much distinct
No.
and different.
Okay. Well, apparently all of the ones who died from that, they took them with them or something.
So I'm gonna cast guidance on myself and head inside and investigate.
Oh yeah, I mean 5's going to.
Globuk will go into.
All right, and there's a investigation roll that sucks. So if anybody else wants to give me a better one, let me know.
Jeez.
There we go. All right, so Globuk, after you guys start investigating, you guys are looking at these dead bodies. The cave, you can tell there's nothing really in the cave. It seems pretty abandoned. But Globuk, eventually you come up to one of the bodies, and it seems very much more adorned than the rest with different types of jewelry and gold and stuff, like gold filaments and stuff. Anyways, what you notice is that they're carrying a small pouch, and in the pouch is where they keep all of their gold pieces. They are carrying... $10 PP and 25 GP on them in their gold purse, I guess. It's a coin purse. And they also have a special necklace on their neck that they're wearing. It seems very much different, and none of the other wood elves are wearing any necklaces. You're not sure what it is, though, yet. You've just found it. You don't know exactly what the necklace is or what it means, but you were able to find it with your investigation.
Hey, everybody, look. This one have necklace and some money on it.
What does the necklace look like?
Ooh, you know what? Give me a second. I think there's even a specific like picture that relates to it. So one sec.
Yeah, I just want to know like what it looks like, since it caught Glowbook's eye, and I assume he's like not super into jewelry normally.
Oh, it's really cool actually. So it has a band of gold that runs along the back of your neck like a collar, essentially. And the collar, it would look like a hood, essentially, that's kind of just back behind your neck and on top of your shoulders. And then it comes around to the front of your neck and your chest in the beginning of your collarbone in that area. And it has these beads, these red and yellow beads that kind of hang down like a necklace on the front of it. And because I can't see all of it, I'm going to say, well, let me actually just check here. No, they don't really. Okay, so I'll just say that there's like a red pendant that has a pair of lungs, it looks like, embedded into the pendant. And yeah, well, you'll be able to see it visually, like a picture of it, once you guys identify it. But for now, it's a gold neck thing that goes around the back of your neck, and then in the front is where that sort of piece connects with a necklace that is red and yellow beads, red and gold beads, with a emblem at the front that looks like lungs.
Wow, that is a really cool necklace. Like, I wonder if this person was like the leader or something. I wonder how you get it off.
There's a little clasp on the right-hand side of it where you unclasp the necklace and then you can reattach it when you put it on.
Oh, I'm not doing that. You should probably just maybe hold on to this for now, Glowbook. It seems maybe like not great luck to put this on right away.
Well, okay, I can put it in my bag.
But yeah, you found some money too. Oh shit, that's like a decent amount of money.
And at that point, Glowbook is just kind of like, I don't know, just kind of distribute it evenly amongst everybody. So, you know.
We'll just go ahead and say it's 25 GP each.
Thank
wait,
you.
Okay.
Atala and Jasun. Grigor and Atala. I forgot about them. We're gonna retcon
We're
this.
babysitting Grigor, so screw him.
He
Are we
almost
paying them
died.
to
I
be here?
feel
They're
like
not part of the party.
he deserves it.
Well, I will say, they're hanging outside right now, so let's see if they even notice.
To be fair, I think Barrel's also hanging out outside.
Beryl came in. He's just not in front.
Oh, okay. He just wasn't looking for anything.
I would probably be super fair about it. Not. Hold on.
That's nice of you, Glowbook.
Even if he were, I would make sure Beryl gets his piece. He literally saved my life last night.
Beryl came inside, but he probably still didn't notice.
We're having a whole conversation about money and a necklace, and like Globus over there counting. He's just like, what a cave.
Beryl heard numbers and just immediately.
Oh god, I mean, me too, to be fair.
Well, Atala knows you're divvying up some gold, but Grigor is not really paying attention.
I can't remember how much is a platinum. How much gold is a platinum?
Oh, it's 10. So let's just go ahead. I'm gonna retcon this to make it really easy for you guys. There. If you want to split it up between the 7 of you, it's 20. If you want to split it up between the 5 of you, it is 28, I believe. Yep.
I think Glowbook's gonna be nice and just split it amongst all 7.
Did you find some gold in there?
Oh yeah, here. Everybody take some.
Oh, Grigor, come
Oh,
along.
thanks, Glowbook.
You definitely deserve it, Grigor, after being beaten on for so long last time. All right, so we'll do 20 GP each then. Fine by me.
Apparently, Glowbug is just a fair soul. When Gwen finds the bunny next time, she can divvy it up however she sees fit.
I was just thinking it was a good thing Ileana didn't find it.
Yeah, I mean,
The only thing I would do was make sure Ileana doesn't get the full thing. But besides that,
I don't know. She was pretty chill about getting us money and rations and things for all of us. I don't know about Atala. Probably would have. I don't know if they'd have gotten anything.
Paula saved her life a few times, and Grigor has been a massive pain in the ass,
But he's a warm body, and he takes some of the hits. So,
he's a warm body sometimes.
a lukewarm body in others, but still.
All right.
Is there anything else in the cave, or just this, rounded area full of corpses?
Nope, just the corpse body area of wood elves. And again, they're not wearing any armor, and their weapons are very simple. So as far as nice, cool things, Globik has already found them all.
This is the whole cave, just a room with some bodies in it.
Yep, that's the whole cave. We're not even going to another map.
Alright.
I half
Should
expected
we
you guys to
do-
just do it last time, and I'm like, why aren't they going in there? They're really scared. Like, they didn't even check it out, and then, like, I'm like, she's sending balls of light in there. I'm like, why aren't you just going in? It's so close, and it's so small. Anyways, but I was like, whatever, you guys can go sleep. All of that stuff's going to be there, and I was half-ass hoping that you guys just totally forgot and left it, and I'd be like, heh, heh, heh.
Nah, I just didn't feel like going, yesterday. Plus, I had to leave, so I was like, I gotta wrap it up. I gotta go. Oh, sorry. So, do you think all these corpses will be fine? Should we do anything about them? Should we burn them?
We should definitely burn.
Okay, the way you're really excited about it is a bit weird, but I mean, I'm still down to help.
Maybe we can burn them outside after rain stops.
We can just burn them in here. See a problem?
We could.
Yeah, I mean, it's dry in here, and it doesn't seem like there's any more to the cave, so, I mean, at least be a good self-contained fire.
Yeah. Burning a corpse saves its soul.
Crickets.
I'm glad you all agree with me and have absolutely nothing to say against it.
Yes, of course, Gwen. I totally agree with you. I think that releasing the soul from the body is often a good thing to do.
Yeah, good. Then let's get to work.
I'll come help you.
Global helps you.
All right, now that we have them all piled together, hurrah! She begins to firebolt them all into a burning mass of flames.
Good, good. So many more souls at peace.
Yes, I'm sure that the Wood Elves would like to know about this delegation. If we do come across some Wood Elves in our time, we should let them know that we have found these travelers. That way, whoever may be looking for them would at least have some closure.
Of course.
All right, well, what else should we do today? I know it's raining out today, so we should probably get back to the carriage.
Right. It doesn't bother me that much. We could just go exploring on our own.
On foot?
Yeah. Just see what's around the area.
that could be interesting. I mean, I'm well equipped for it because I can take on beast forms that will keep me warm and dry, but I'm not sure how everyone else feels about it. Grigor? And Grigor will come up and he'll say, I don't want to go anywhere today. I just want to hang out in the carriage.
Well, you also wanted to wander off on your own and get bitten by snakes, so I don't know how much your opinion really matters.
Oh my god.
All right, well,
Damn.
if you want to go off out into the wilds and have the same thing happen to me that might happen to you, be my guest. I'm here for a
Wait, if
mission.
we go out,
I'm
if we go out in the wild, you're gonna get bit by a snake in the carriage?
Oh, yeah, I guess that could happen, though. Beryl, would you protect me if that happened?
I mean, if I'm not in the carriage, I don't know how I would.
Oh, I meant like if you would stay behind maybe, but that's okay.
Grigor, you're stronger now. You helped us defeat the evil light spirits. I'm sure you can handle a snake by yourself.
Well, yeah, if I see it.
Just pay attention.
All right, I guess I will. I'm not walking around in tall grass anymore.
Good lad. See, you need to be able to fend for yourself if you want to tell off your aunt.
I guess that's true. Well, if anybody wants to hang out in the carriage while you guys do things today, let me know. Wow, it sounds like I'll be alone. All right. Oh, Atala cast 50 firebolts to set all of the corpses on fire.
Oh, that does make sense. Yes, sorry.
It would seem weird though. You'd be like, God damn, what initiative did this just pop off?
Yeah, I was like, why are there so many fireballs? Okay, so the cave is on fire and we all left, I assume.
Yeah, and Atala is now asking what everybody wants to do. She asked, and Gwen said we should go exploring on foot today in the rain. And Grigor said, hell no, I'm going to go hang out in the carriage. And he's asking if anybody wants to hang back in the carriage today. Well, whoever else goes and explores.
That's a good question. Has anyone else said what they wanted to do?
Other than Gwen saying she wanted to go out and Atala agreeing, nobody has said anything. I think I'll get Ilyana to say that she's going to stay with Beryl just because she has no say right now. Or I mean with Grigor.
I think I'll stay. Jojo doesn't like it when he gets too damp, and maybe you could teach me how to play Dragon Chess, Ilyana.
Yeah, sure, that'd be great. All right, come to our side, the Ilyana Grigor side. I guess that really just leaves Globuk and Beryl. I'm not sure. Did you say what you wanted to do, Globuk or Beryl?
Globuk, I wanted to talk to you, Tala, about something, if we can.
Oh, okay. Just you and me?
Yeah.
All right, well, let's go in the cave quick and we can have a chat there. How about that?
That sounds good.
Okay. And then I guess, Beryl, you can make up your mind whether or not you want to join us on our adventures today, or if you'd like to join Ilyana and Grigor and Five.
I like the idea about wandering around the woods aimlessly.
All right, well, we'll have a quick little talk here, Globuk, and then we'll come back to meet with Gwen and Beryl. If you two would like to just go back to the carriage as well, we'll come find you when we're done.
Yes, we'll give you two some alone time.
Haha, yes, thank you, Gwen.
I like drag Beryl away.
All right. Well, Globik, what did you want to talk to me about?
Oh, well, see, I know of how I'll put this, of ritual that Globuk want to do, but I need certain thing. I thought you might know about a little about it. It's about getting in contact with like spirit animal.
Oh, yes, I know quite a bit about the spirit animals. Being a follower of Melora, she has taught me very much in my times when I was in the woods.
When Globuk was little, he remember the warriors doing ritual to help find spirit animal, but Globuk was never allowed to do ritual because Globuk wasn't really part of people much about with other ones.
Oh, I understand. I understand completely. You know, I do know a little bit about those rituals. Do you feel like you need to go on this journey now, as you are, I guess, adventuring for your first time? It seems like you have become a warrior of your own. It was amazing to watch you slice one of those lightning bolts in half, those little lightning balls. I couldn't believe it. Globik, it was really interesting to watch that. So, you know, if you wanted to go through with that ritual, I would help you with it.
Yes, that's kind of what I wanted to ask, and I originally thought maybe we could use cave since it's raining, but it might want to wait till bodies are done burning.
Oh, yes. That should only be a few hours. I noticed it is quite smoky in here, and it's not a very good stench.
No.
All right. Well, do you know exactly what animals you're feeling towards, or do you have anything that has resonated with you up until now? I mean, when I perform the ritual, I'm sure we'll get a little bit more of an idea. But what were you feeling?
I'm not really know. I know that clan have certain animal, but I'm not really sure 100% what exactly it would be for me. I'm kind of confused about that part.
All right. Well, I can help you for sure. First off, I think what we need to do is make sure that you know what we're getting into. So, I mean, most barbarian tribes consider a totem animal to be kin to a particular clan. Now, I know that you don't belong to any particular clan, which means we might have to adapt this a little bit for our own sake. However, I know that, well, you could potentially make your very own unique choice if you'd like. And I know that there are other animals in the forest that don't really represent any clan, so we could potentially try that. The other thing is, I mean, I could just perform the if I was to perform the ceremony, we could see what animals come, or what is bestowed upon you naturally. What do you think? Would you rather like to declare an animal, or would you rather like to see what comes to you?
I think I would like to see what comes to me. I think that sounds more right, or like you say, natural.
All right. Well then, let me see here. We will have to perform it once the bodies are burning, so maybe we go back to the camp for a little while, and while the others run off today, we can take some time for ourselves in the cave to perform this ritual.
That sounds good. Thank you, Tala.
No problem. I'm definitely willing to help anybody, and I know, Globik, you are a very impressive warrior now. You deserve to have this ritual be performed. It would be a disservice to let you go continually without your inherited rights, so I'm honored to help you along this path.
I very glad you were able to help, and very happy you are with us and able to help Global.
No problem. I'm glad you all decided to hire me. I'm not exactly sure you would have done very well without me, and it seems like it was a prudent choice to bring me along. So, Yes, I'm just really glad to be here. Should we head back to the
Good.
carriage?
Yes, I think that would be good.
All right, let's let these bodies burn out.
Okay.
Just gonna wiggle us down. All right, Beryl, Gwen, you still outside, or are you kind of at the carriage? Or maybe you're waiting to intercept us, I don't know.
I think after, like, dragging Barrel away, I would have just let him do whatever he wanted to do and waited here for Glowbook and Attunements.
Okay, cool.
Barrel's just following Gwen.
A good choice.
All right, well, they have left the cave now. You're not exactly sure what they talked about, but they are returning now. Not holding hands or anything stupid. They look like they're just normal friends hanging out.
You two had some fun?
I'm not sure I would classify it as fun. We had a very
Wow, that's
serious
sad.
discussion.
No offense, Gwen, but I don't know if you would understand.
That's fine. There's many things I don't understand.
Yes, and there's many things we all choose to keep private, I'm sure. But yes, let it not be misconstrued. There was no true fun to be had in that cave. I'm sure there'll be many, many days of fun to come when we return to Die Shield, though.
Just teasing you. I'm serious about it. So, let's go look around, see what we can find.
You can tell Atala kind of is blushing, but she returns to you. Oh, wait, no, we're not going to the carriage. She's like, oh, yes, actually, I think Globuk and I are going to hang behind for a little bit while you all do your fun for the day. And we have something we need to do within the cave later on. Is that right, Globuk? Is that what we should do? What are you feeling?
Yes, I think that would work.
All right, so, yeah, unfortunately, Gwen, we aren't going to accompany you in the wild today, but another time, maybe.
Yeah, no worries. I'm sure whatever you need to do is important. And good luck with whatever it is.
Yes, yes, thank you. I'm sure it will go very well. I'm just more interested in to see what the outcome will be. All right, Globuk, should we go back to the carriage?
Yes, sound good.
All right,
I
well,
wasn't expecting to see you back.
We need to wait till bodies burn down some. It kind of stinky in cave.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure it probably is. Not to mention all the smoke, which is traditionally bad for breathing.
True.
Well,
Oh.
Ilyana was just about to teach me how to play chess.
5. I was going to ask you. You know, you have a javelin, right?
Five, like, reaches back and touches the javelin strapped to her back.
I mean, obviously, I remember. I was going to ask you. I have some extras that I have. Do you want them? I don't really have use for them.
Oh, yeah, sure. I'll take an extra or two. I mean, I can definitely walk around with them on me, and that'll make me feel more comfortable throwing one in battle when I don't have to go grab it again.
Okay, here. He'll pull out his little bag of holding. I actually have 3. You can have all of them.
Let me look inward and think if I can carry 4
I
javelins.
can hold on to some for you if you want. You don't have to take all 3.
Yeah, actually, that would be great. I'll just take one for now, and then, if it gets lost or something, or just like sticks in a bad guy and they fall off a cliff, then I'll take the rest of them.
Always good to have backup.
Yeah, I always hate to like throw them because, they're javelins. You can throw them at things. But then I don't have it for stabbing people up close, so.
True. So now you have extra. It might make you even better warrior than you already are.
Aw, thanks, dude. But yeah, I appreciate that. Are you not like much of a thrown weapon yourself? You look like you could just chuck a chair at somebody, it'd probably hurt.
Oh, probably. I when I got my things together to leave, I just grabbed them and I just kept them with me.
That's
I
fair,
thought you could use them more than I could.
Sometimes you're just like, yeah, this'll be useful, and then it's really so much later. But
Yeah.
you make pretty good use of your axes and things, so yeah,
Yeah.
I'm happy to take them. Thanks.
Sure thing. And if you need more, just tell me.
Well, maybe someday soon I'll be good enough at wood carving that I can like make my own javelin, which would be pretty dope.
Oh, for sure. Maybe you could even carve me axe handles someday.
Yeah, dude, that would be great.
Okay.
I'll keep trying to get better at it.
Sound good.
All right, I'm just gonna interject there.
These-
5, as a Dragonborn, you have an incredible carrying capacity. So when you look inward, just I remember you saying that, you would know about yourself that you're able to carry these javelins. The weight of one of them is only 2, I believe, pounds. So to add 3 more would only be 6 more pounds. And you being even a smaller Dragonborn, you were able to carry quite a bit. So just figured I'd let you know that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I was just like, I didn't want to be like, yeah, I'll take them, and then be like, oh wait, that's way too heavy. I was like, I have no idea how much they weigh or how much I can carry. So, okay. Well, I'll still just take one for now, but maybe I'll take the rest later.
Okay,
Whatever
cool.
works.
All right, and I will also keep pausing there because I want to go back to the duo in the rain, the half elves that are going to do an adventure, maybe? Beryl and Gwen. So you guys are out in the rain. Everybody's returned to the carriage. You've just been told that actually, because Globik was harboring this little thing he wanted to do with Atala, that you will not be joined by them. So it's just you two out in the rain. Yeah, what are you guys thinking?
Do you have anything specific you want to go do, or do you want to just come with me?
I'll just follow your lead.
So if I remember correctly, this like little cave map area we're on is kind of close to the lake, right?
Yeah, exactly. The lake is, maybe a few kilometers, or I guess I should say like 2 to 3 miles north.
I guess I just start heading in that direction. See if there's anything interesting along the way.
Wonderful.
Trying to get a sense of the area before we all head down there, or up there.
Got it. I will get you to roll me perception, and Beryl, roll me perception.
Ah, this can only go well.
Whoops, that was the wrong.
'Wow.
10 plus, and then I'll add
nice,
the
guys.
14. It's the same thing. Okay, 14 and 18. All right. Let me scroll up here and start getting you some stuff to happen. As you guys are getting closer and closer to the shoreline, you start to see the giant lake, middle lake in front of you. And you see the shoreline a little bit coming through the tree line, and you can feel, the craziness of all of the rain and stuff coming off of you. There's like a cool breeze too coming off of it. Everything's very humid today. And eventually, you guys are just looking out over this nice lake for a little bit when you look to your right and you see a woman, and she has 6 small children, and she's approaching in an ox-drawn wagon. All of the people there appear to be dirty, and they're tired and a little bit apprehensive. They're looking at you guys as they're riding past you or towards you with a little bit of scaredness or fear in their faces. So the mother is getting a little bit closer. You know, she's driving this, and the father is behind her in the carriage as well. Oh, no, wait. No, he's not. It's just the mother and the 6 kids. Pardon me. And so she's driving the carriage, and it's the 6 kids behind her, and they're all dirty and scared. All right, so as she's approaching you guys, she seems a little bit apprehensive, but she's kind of just riding along the coastline. Do you call out to her anything as she looks up towards you and gives you an apprehensive wave?
Yeah, I'm gonna wave back and smile and say hello.
Beryl waves back.
At this point, she's going to kind of slow down the cart, and then she's going to look up to you guys. You guys are kind of up on the cliff's edge or whatever, looking out over it, and she's down kind of on the path that runs along the beach. And she looks up to you and she says, "Oh, are you travelers? Are you lost?"
No, we're not lost. We're just checking out the area in the lake ahead of the rest of our group. Making sure everything's alright.
Oh, you're with a group. Oh, did you hear about the wolves?
No? What wolves?
Oh, apparently there are some wolves up ahead in this area. Which way are you traveling from?
South. A few miles. I'll point back behind us.
Interesting. Yes, the wolves, they patrol the lakesides. Apparently there has been a few attacks. I was hoping that maybe you could help us, actually. We're a little bit worried that we're on our way to Dragon's Keep, and we're a little bit worried that the wolves might be attacking us in the nightfall around dusk time. I was wondering if maybe you could accompany us until that time.
It might not be the best idea to be heading forward in these conditions, given the rain and its effects on the road. Maybe you just want to follow my friend and I back, and our whole group can look after you for the night and then accompany you for a bit in the morning.
That sounds wonderful. I have 6 children with me. Is that going to be a problem?
I'm sure you have food for all of them, right?
Oh, yes. I'm just wondering, actually, I'll bring our tents. Never mind. I'll bring our tents and we can camp out with you. This sounds actually like a much better idea. Children, and she kind of gathers all of them and looks back. She's like, "We're going to stay with these nice people now. Be very nice to them when we get back there." And she kind of gets everybody, like, gathered up and starts climbing up towards you guys with all of her kids, and they've all got their little packs and stuff, and she's got all of her tents, and she's like, "All right, I think we're ready to go back. You could lead the way."
All right. Yes, we just adopted 6 kids and their mother.
This has become the Brady Bunch.
If Beryl has no objections, I'm just going to start leading them back to the carriage.
Nope, no objections.
Wonderful.
Alright. Can't wait to see how everyone reacts to this.
Just give me 1 sec. I'm picking a token to represent her. We haven't used that one.
Ileana's gonna love that we adopted 6 kids.
I'm not going to put 6 little baby tokens out, but there's the mother and her 6 children. All right, and you guys are returning. As she's walking along, Gwen, she kind of walks up to you and she says, "Oh, I can tell you're of a good heart and mind. Thank you so much." And she slips a gold piece into your pocket.
Oh, thanks, but it's really not necessary. You can keep your gold. You have 6 kids. I'm sure you need it.
Oh, thank you. Well, if you ever need any of our food or anything, we'll be willing to share it with you.
Just trying to help.
So, I've heard of these wolves. Did you encounter any? It seems we're almost going the way that you've come from.
Uh, wolves? No, we did find some two-headed dogs earlier. But I don't know if those are the same things that you're talking about.
Oh no, those are. I actually know what those are. Those are the death dogs. They roam the plains, but they're usually not around here in the forests. The forests are a bit too harsh for them, I think. Although they are pretty dangerous themselves, they're mostly just disease-ridden beasts.
Okay. Well, is there anything special about these wolves, or are they just normal wolves?
Well, they take on a large form. They're a little bit larger than most regular wolves. But I was just told about them as a rumor from some passing travelers. I haven't encountered the wolves myself. They just simply told me to be wary. I think maybe they were just trying to put a little bit of urgency and worry into me as I was traveling. You see, sometimes a single mother out on her own with all of these children, she can garnish some very side-eyed looks.
Well, don't worry about that. It's not.
Yeah.
You don't need to worry about what people think about it. As long as you know what you're doing, everything's fine.
Yes, exactly. That's what I always tell myself. They're not living my life, and I'm not living theirs.
So, where are you all coming from?
Well, actually, we're leaving Ramshorn. You see, our father, the father of my children, not my father, the father of my children, he ran out on us. And, well, he ran out on us because of some old criminal gambling debts and things like that. And, well, when the suitors decided to come and find the money, we knew they were coming for us. So I gathered all the children very quickly, and I packed everything up that we had into our carriage, and, well, you know, now we are not only trying to find the husband that has left the father, although I'm not sure I really care anymore. I've been on my own now for a few weeks, and I'm realizing I probably don't need him, but we are going to try and find a new life in Dragon's Reach. Dragon's Keep? Oh, why do I forget this one? What is it, 5?
Keep. It's keep.
Keep, thank you. In Dragon's Keep, actually. And, you know, we're trying to hide and start a new life there because, well, the nefarious people that my husband was caught up with, they'll be hot on our trail for some time, I'm sure. But I know that if you go to Dragon's Keep, sometimes you can start a new life. And, you know, when you start a new life, sometimes you can even go find a nice island or something out in the beautiful tropics is what I'm hoping for.
That sounds lovely. I hope it works out for you and your kids.
Me too, actually. I was raised by fishermen, and originally I'm from Newport, so I know that my skills with fishing vessels and such will come in handy out on the coastal city of Dragon's Keep, and hopefully I can get a job on a boat there or something and join the fishing vessels that are so famously held in Dragon's Keep.
Well, I was about to ask what your, I suppose, ex-husband's name was, but then I realized I never even asked yours. I'm Gwen, by the way, and this is Beryl.
Oh, my name is Sinya, and these are all my children. I won't bore you with all of their names. If you ever need their attention, just yell at them, hey, or something, and they'll respond to that. But you can call me Sinya.
Very nice to meet you, Cynthia.
And you all as well. Oh, is that your coach up ahead? I see we're coming towards a carriage.
Yes, I believe it is.
Oh, wonderful. Children, this is where we'll be staying for the night. You all know how to set up your tents. Please go ahead and get to it now, and I'll join you in a little bit after I've talked with the people here. And you see the children run off and start setting up their tents in wild, frantic, childlike glee.
Will they be okay on their own for a few minutes while we talk about this?
Oh, yes, of course, yes. The older ones usually keep the younger ones in line.
Alright.
Here, let me meet your group. Let's go to the carriage.
Yes.
Ah, hello, everyone.
And that's when I finally found my slipper. Oh, hey, what was going on?
So Beryl and I went to investigate the lake a little bit, make sure it's safe. And we ran into this lovely woman, Sinya, and her 6 children. And they're headed to Dragon's Keep, and I offered, on behalf of all of us, I'm sure you'll all be fine with it, to look after them for the night, to make sure that they're safe from the wolves that they say are roaming the area.
Oh shoot, there's supposed to be wolves around here?
That's the rumor.
I wonder if those are better or worse than the two-headed dog things we fought.
Apparently worse.
Honestly, you'd think that a wolf would be pretty pedestrian compared to those.
These are supposed to be very large wolves.
They're not poisonous though, are they?
They may have rabies.
I'm actually not sure if they're poisonous or not. The people who warned me against them just said that they were very large.
You know, I think I would rather fight a really large wolf than a poisonous two-headed dog.
Globok thick dragon tired of being poisoned.
I'm so tired of being poisoned.
Yes, I have to agree.
It's pretty annoying.
I think a small dog, maybe 4 feet, would be a lot easier to dispatch. But if you're averse to poison, well, I would understand then why you would want to take the larger fight.
Yeah, you can't hit poison like you can just a regular dog with a stick or something.
Yeah, exactly. You can't fight poison with your fists.
Anyway, nice to... Listen, I'm still a little bit disheartened from yesterday when I couldn't hit lightning.
Oh, I've never heard of anybody actually doing that or trying even. How did it go? You tried to punch lightning?
Yeah, it went really bad.
Well, as I would expect, honestly.
Well, Globuk over there, I'll point him out, managed to slice some lightning in half with his axe. That's very impressive.
And 5
Yeah,
shoots Globuk a dirty look.
Yeah, it was not easy, but it died.
That sounds very, very interesting. I am just going to pause it right now, though. I have to go to the bathroom, and we're almost at the 2-hour mark, so I figured we'll just do it right now. Yeah, we'll take a couple minutes to pause. We'll jump back into the RP when I'm back, and everybody can grab some, water or whatever you need.
Good.
Sounds good. BRB.
Okay, I'm back. I'm just going to pack one up while everybody else gets back.
Welcome back.
I tell you, drinking a lot of coffee in the mornings, it's sometimes good for the session, but it's also means I have to take a few more breaks.
Fair enough.
When you zoom in a lot, like, Atala looks like she's supposed to be Mulan. She's got, like, some cherry blossom thing going on in the back of her hair. And I'm like,
Oh, yeah.
yes.
Big Mulan vibes for sure.
I love that movie.
Yeah, I love the sassy little dragon.
I mean, everyone loves Mushu.
Yeah.
If anyone was gonna leave and then come back with like 6 kids and a single mom, it was gonna be Gwen.
What? No, come
What?
on. Ileana would have totally done the same thing.
Oh yeah.
Speaking of, is she coming today, or?
Not sure. I actually literally just looked at it and she said might be a touch late, so I didn't expect it to be the 2 hours. But there was no like specific. So yeah, and then she also said she had to run at 6 when she does get here, so she can't go late. So if she does arrive soon, we'll have about 2 hours.
I'm back.
Okay. Well, you know, Gwen will just have fun being like, well, Ileana has to do this because she has no choice.
Yeah, it's kind of been fun. I'm like, yeah, she's gonna do this. You know, you get to do whatever you want with the character, which is nice. All right, I think everybody's here. 5, Global, Gwen, Beryl. Beryl, you here?
Yep.
All right.
While they were gone, did Ileana teach me how to play dragon chess?
Yeah, I was gonna do that in a bit here, but we could say that it happened at that point. Sure. Yeah, she
Well, I just
is
figured,
teaching
in
you.
whatever time.
Yeah,
while
you
they were
guys are
gone,
still
but-
doing it.
Oh, okay.
Actually, I have a question.
So we don't know who won yet.
Are you trying to do it as you're learning it, training proficiencies, or are you just RPing something fun?
Right now I'm just doing something fun.
Okay, cool. I was like, because then you're gonna be broke.
Yeah, well, we did just get 20 more gold.
Oh
I
yeah.
was gonna say if I probably will take another day to like work on my wood carving. This was just because it's still like was early morning, so
Yeah, you guys
I
got a
figure
lot
I
of
have
time.
plenty of time to spend 8 hours whittling and also, learn how to play chess.
Faux show. All right. Yeah, let's roll that actually. Might as well. While Gwen was finding these children, let's see how your first game of Dragon Chess went. You'll just roll a d20.
Yeah.
No additives. Flat d20.
See if I have any beginner's luck or not. I absolutely don't.
Yeah, she doesn't play a great game, but she definitely beats you.
That is fair. Yep. 5 is like, wow, this game's really complicated. You'd think it would be easier for me to learn being a dragon, but nope.
Yeah, I mean, really having a dragon has nothing to do with it. It just is about how well you can see what the other opponent's going to do.
I'm usually pretty insightful, but I can't read you at all.
Well, once you're better at the game, I'm sure you'll do better.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the rules and like what all the pieces do, and yeah, we'll call it that. We'll say that that's it.
All right, let's get
Okay,
back.
now you can continue.
Yeah. I was like, yeah, let's get back now to where we were. Looks like you got your ass handed to you, 5. So, we were talking about the wolves that are rumored out there. And she let you know that essentially she doesn't know if they're poisonous or not. She just knows they're very large and apparently deadly.
So where are your kids that apparently are also here? And like 5 is just kind of like looking around the newcomers to the carriage, like expecting them all to be standing in the doorway or something.
Yeah, you can see she just like jabs her thumb behind her, and when you look out the windows, you can see there's a bunch of little kids kind of up on the bluff, setting up their tents in the area, just kind of like over here.
Oh, well, I'll go help them. I'm getting to be much better at putting up tents.
Oh, sure, yeah, go. They would love it.
Plus, I have a pet mouse, and kids love pet mice.
Oh, they love any pets, that's for sure.
So Five will go. Five actually likes hanging out with kids, so Five will go hang out with some of the children.
Awesome, and they'll crowd around you a little bit and like look at your mouse and be like, "Oh, that's so cool! Wow!"
Hi, yeah. Her name is JoJo.
Sweet. And then you'll hear one of the older ones, "Mom, I want a pet," and then she'll call back, "No, not until we get to Dragon's Keep. Then maybe."
What kind of pet do you want?
I've always wanted a dog.
I used to have a dog, and then it disappeared.
Oh, well maybe I'll find your dog.
Yeah, that would be great. I always hope that it went to a good home. Maybe it'll find you.
I hope so.
I always thought maybe like a cat would be nice, but, you know, mouse, cat, it just didn't seem to go well together.
Yeah, the mouse would always be scared.
Hey, watch this. And then Five is gonna like take a little chunk of like bread out of, or I don't know, ration, some little chunk of something, and like stick it up on top of her horns very delicately, and then like put JoJo on the ground, and then JoJo just like scurries all the way up Five to sit on top of their horns and eat the stuff.
Whoa, he can climb like crazy.
Yeah. You know, she can hold on pretty well up there too. Like,
Oh, it's
I've
a
run
girl?
before, doesn't fall off. Oh yeah, it's a mouse. It's fine. Gender is sort of a, you know, it's a mouse.
Oh yeah, cool. How old is it?
You know, that's a great question. Like Five is like counting on her fingers. Like, I guess like, probably 10-ish.
Wow, that's so cool.
Yeah. I mean, I've never really thought about it,
5,
but
are you
I guess
sure?
she's pretty old for a mouse.
I don't think mice live that long.
Yeah, I know, that's weird, right? I've never thought about it, but I think it's been 10 years.
That's how old
Five's,
I
like,
am.
completely unbothered. Oh, you're 5? Or 10? Did I
No,
say
I'm 10.
That's cool. I'm only 15.
Oh wow, we're almost the same age.
Yeah, that's weird. But I'm a lot bigger, kind of.
Yeah, well I still have some growing to do, that's why.
Hey, I can do this too. And then Five is just gonna pull out some wood and show them Five like trying to carve something out of wood. I guess JoJo again.
Alright, you can roll that. I think I'll pause there too while we go back to the interior of the carriage. Is there anybody who wants to grill the girl more, or ask Sinya if she has any or anything that you want to do with Sinya? Okay, if not, then Globuk, Atala's gonna kind of nudge you after everything's kind of winding down and they're dealing with the kids. She says, Globuk, I think it's been enough time now. Maybe we should head into the cavern.
Yeah. Globuk ready.
All right, let's go. And they will head over to the cavern. 5, Gwen, anything you want to do with the kids now as they've gotten their tent set up and you're still hanging out with the mouse and stuff before I jump into Atala and Globuk?
Yes, actually. This is the perfect opportunity. Hey kids. How do all of you feel about the sun? And
Oh no, I knew that was
I
it!
knew it
I
was
knew
coming.
this was it!
they're the perfect age. They don't have defenses for this.
Those are all the kids. They all look really ugly, but just don't even worry about it.
Fine. You don't have to be beautiful to praise the sun.
Oh, what do you mean praise the sun?
Oh, I'm glad you asked. So, I pull out my little prayer book. Well, as I'm sure all of you know, being such intelligent kids, the sun is responsible for almost all of the good in the world, all the food we eat, all the warmth and the light that we feel in the day. It's all thanks to the wonderful and glorious sun. And the sun itself is a gift from the greatest, most wonderful, most loving of all of the gods out there, Pelor. I'm sure you've heard of him before.
I've never heard that name.
Well, I have a lot to teach you then.
Interesting. All right, what we're going to do now is get you to roll a persuasion as you're trying to persuade these kids that Pelor's cool and you're talking to them, you know. And we're going to also see how many of them are intellectually fortified enough to actually pass and understand what the hell you're talking about. So I'm going to roll 6 int checks on each of these children, and we're going to see if any of them are actually smart enough to understand it. And then if you do pass your persuasion check, then they will be interested, and you'll have a certain amount of them that are interested. If you don't pass your persuasion check, they're all just going to run away from you.
Alright, I am 100% using my inspiration on this.
All right, yeah, go ahead.
Of course you are.
Oh god.
Wow.
Wow.
Poor children.
That is 6 rolls, none of them breaking a 10. You pass your persuasion with your you didn't even need it. It was 10, but you pass it, and none of them are intelligent enough yet to even understand what you're talking about. One of the older one looks back and is like, what's a Pelor? This lady's weird. And they just like kind of all laugh, and they're like, definitely have just not understood what you're talking about. 5, are you going to join in and try and salvage it? Otherwise, they're going to start running away and not paying attention to you because you just bored the crap out of them with stuff they don't understand.
5 will just be like, hey, I finished my mouse, and show them the expertly done carving. I got a 24. It was beautiful. It would make angels weep.
Wonderful. Wow. Looks great. Next time, roll it with your tools, not your dex save, but I'll take the 19 regardless. So,
I can't roll it with my tools because I don't have woodcarver tool proficiency.
oh my god, I keep telling you to do that every session too, and you'd think I'd remember, but nope.
Yep, every time.
Anyways. I'll try my best to remember that you actually aren't a wood. It's because you do it so well, right? Anyways.
I do. I mean, that should give me like 3 extra proficiency points right there.
Oh yeah, and it is technically a dex thank you check, not a dex save. But it's still a 19, which is hella up there, and your dex puts you over 20. I think you have +3 on your dex modifier, so you'd be 22, which is well over 20, which is still like a fucking perfect mouse. So these kids see
Yes.
this mouse, and they're like,
Absolute rendition.
oh my god, you made it look exactly like it, even with the fur. And they kind of like, they're like rubbing the like wood, and it's like, it feels like fur, what the heck.
Jojo is conveniently like posing next to the wooden carving of Jojo, and they just look like twins.
Wow. And then one of the dumber ones comes up and pokes it, and it's like, is it alive? Is this how you make mice?
Oh, sorry, I kind of derailed your talk, Gwen, but it was very interesting.
It's alright. I didn't quite understand it. Everything about his glory when I was their age.
Yeah, but you know, now maybe they can look into it later in the future.
Just put it this way. If you enjoy having food and being warm, then you will love this when you're old enough to understand.
Okay, I like food.
Good, good.
All right. Well, they're gonna go kind of scatter off now, and like keep setting up their tents. Anything else you guys want to interact with the kids together?
I don't think so. 5 will just be, helping out with the tents and chatting with the kids,
Okay. I think we can then jump to Atala and Globuk in the cave. There we go, that's good. I'll just kind of take us out. We know we're in the cave. Okay, now let's go back, and I just want to make sure I read this all and get it all right as we do our little ceremony. Oh yeah, we decided to let it be like it's going to come to you. All right, so Atala approaches you, Globuk, as you guys get in the cave, and she says, "Oh, good, all of it's burned down to ash now, and it doesn't smell anymore in here. Globuk, are you ready to do this now?"
I am. I think there's something Globuk been ready for and wanting long time.
All right. So first I'll get you to come into the place with me. And I am just going to bring up exactly what we talked about so that I can read it.
Okay.
Oh, we brought it up. Don't hit shift and then click on your chats in Discord. That will bring it up into another web page. Well, actually, Globuk, I'm going to get you to describe it. Do you want to just read what you've written here in Discord?
I can do that.
Yeah. So, all right. Atala gets you into the cave, and now you're kneeling kind of on the ground in the cave or whatever, and she starts to lay out some personal herbs that she has, some incense that she has, some different dried meats and dried berries that she has. She's essentially laying out a huge offering in the cave for the spirits. And as she's doing that, she's walking around the cave, and she's like shedding her incense that she's lit on fire, and she's kind of like spreading the incense all around the cave. And she's eventually starting to come to the end of preparing this ceremony. And then she approaches you, Globuk, and she says, "All right, Globuk, I have prepared the ceremony for you. I'm going to leave the cave now, and I will leave you to pass through the ceremony on your own. When you are finished, feel free to come back to the carriage, and we can discuss what you have encountered or experienced."
Okay. Thank you, Tala. Sounds good. Thank you so much.
No problem. Just close your eyes and let the spirit take you over. I'm sure you'll experience what you're meant to now. I've offered a very large offering to the spirits, and I'm sure they will be pleased.
All right. I will just go ahead and read through this just so we get that real quick. All right. So as his mind drifts, he finds himself deep in a dark thicket. As he tries to get his bearing, a large spectral owlbear appears. Globuk feels startled but confident. The owlbear rears up on his hind legs and lets out a horrifying screech. Globuk goes to ready his axe, but quickly realizes that it and all of his belongings are now gone. The owlbear wraps its huge arms around Globuk, and they begin to wrestle. I kind of have a note on here that not so much of fighting, but more of a test/playful wrestle, which is common in barbarian practice. But anyway, after a long friendly tussle, the owlbear lets out a loud approving screech and nuzzles its beak against Globuk's cheek. The owlbear lays down and wraps Globuk in its warmth and protection. At this, the owlbear speaks telepathically, and you'll probably notice I changed a little bit in this part, but that's okay.
I'm not following along, so do it however you want, man.
Okay, so the owlbear kind of speaks to Globuk telepathically without moving its mouth, and it says, "Globuk, you have no clan, no ancestors or family who would claim or speak for you. You're a misfit, a distant, or as your name itself indicates, an unwanted fool. Still, I step forward from the ethereal for you, to be your footing and your edification. My name is Forge, and I shall go with you on your journey from here on now. Rest now." So Globuk in that sort of space kind of drifts off, and as he leaves that place, he sees this image before his eyes. This image of a symbol. And then when he wakes up from that, there's a large claw and a couple of feathers and a few hollow bones that he'll use to make his totem, his talisman out of. Do you care if we do the tattoo thing I talked about?
No. Are you gonna just like now you have a Oh yeah, there it's at the end.
It's more like a ritual scarring, not so much a tattoo.
I totally blanked on this. So at some point,
It's all good.
you want. So what are you asking? Do you want one, or do you want it to happen
Well,
now? I'll allow you.
Either he's just gonna carve it into his arm and like rub some dirt in it, or he'll just look for it later.
Okay, I'll allow you to do whatever you want with it. Even if you just want it to appear on your arm now, I will say that is all game, man.
Okay, we'll just let it appear because I don't really want to like mess it up.
Yeah, exactly. And you don't want to like have like I don't know, it get infected or something. I don't know, something weird. So it's better to just do it now. So you can explain what they look like as you come out of this vision now, and you have your totem and all this other stuff. You can explain it.
Okay, so we kind of discussed this before, and I know like all of you are new to this, so we'll kind of, I don't know. I actually have a picture of what I can toss it into the pick dump real quick.
Oh yeah, for sure.
What I was gonna have the symbol look like that's gonna be now like on his arm. If I can figure that out.
No worries. We'll wait on that. We'll stand by because it's always nice to have visual representations too. But yeah, essentially it's a type of scarification, I think you said.
Yeah.
And it's a ritual type thing that the barbarians and the orc barbarians have done, and it helps signify that we now have ourselves a true, adorned by the spirits, totem warrior with us here.
That is very cool. Also, owlbears are dope.
Yeah, I wanted to go something totally different since he's so different. That's what it's gonna look like. I made it super basic.
I'm just jumping over there now.
Hey, it looks cool to me. I thought it was gonna
Yeah.
be like a frying pan or something.
A beetle egg.
Yeah.
Actually, if you look at it sideways, it does kind of look like somebody holding a pot with like some lines of like something coming off of it.
Oh wow.
Oh no.
Wow, 5. Maybe you
That's
should
in my
say
brain
that.
now.
We should RP that one. 5 should say that when he gets back. But anyways, we'll jump. Well, now we know that what it looks like. Globuk, you're there. You're still in the cave. You now have your scarification and your totem. What are you up to? Or what are you feeling? What are you thinking? What are you doing?
I think he's just gonna kind of come back to and take a few minutes to himself, and then make his way back to everybody else.
All right. So this is taking a bit of time. Gwen, 5, are you guys still hanging out with the kids?
Yeah, probably. Or 5 is anyway.
Yeah, like I don't think I'm leaving the kids alone. 5 is basically still a kid anyway.
Hey, no, it's fine. It's absolutely true.
Awesome.
Yeah, 5 has been like playing hide and seek with them or something. Like tried to hide under like an unassembled tent. Like that was gonna work.
Oh, here we go. We're gonna roll perceptions and stealths. Then go ahead. Let's see who's gonna win. You versus
my
the
God.
kids.
Awesome. Hide and seek rolls.
Yeah, you're a stealth, and mine's a perception. They got 10. Oh, damn, you're good. They keep trying to get you, but like you can see them all, and they're just a little too stupid. And you're like able to bounce between the tents really well, and like you're doing dope monk shit, like diving and shit
Dope
and
monk
rolling.
shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Gwen, roll a perception check. Let me know if you can find me. Aw, man!
Gwen is the ultimate mother hen right now, and she sees everything.
Beryl, you're not even here.
Beryl doesn't notice that Global came back.
Beryl's like, he's looking out there. He's like, oh, maybe I could see 5. Oh, no. There she disappears behind the tents.
So they're having
there's
having
5. Wait, that's a
grand
gecko.
old time. What?
Who shrunk 5?
That would be funny. Beryl just finds a gecko and thinks that 5 has been shrunk and is like so worried, going to everyone like, can you fix her? Anyway, they have a great time. Because 5 is apparently pretty decent at hide and seek, and the kids are children.
Cool. Yeah, I'd say it's about noontime now, so Sinya's gonna call the kids to grab some of her rations from her big pack and come, to the carriage essentially. And yeah, she's like, children, it's time to eat. Come along. We'll probably be here all day, and we have to stay here tonight, so we should just eat up here and, get comfortable. The little gremlin children are gonna come over here.
What must the father have looked like to make those?
These poor, ugly, stupid children.
There's the father there.
Holy shit.
What in the?
Why is he a vampire?
He's not just a vampire.
that
He's
a
a vampire
bugbear?
gnome. Oh, pardon me, halfling. That's why they got such big nose and feet. Anyways. We'll leave that alone for now, though. You don't know him yet in-game.
How
Yet!
did a vampire halfling manage to, get a human to marry and have 6 kids?
Well, all I'm going to say is, the whole, the whole vampire thing could have happened after,
That
Opposites
Gwen's
attract.
clearly never read Twilight.
Wheeze. Oh my god. Okay, so it's food time. I guess we're gonna eat.
Hey, what's
Are
up?
we all just doing it individually again? Taking them out individually?
Yeah, go ahead and take one ration out each individually.
Oh.
Also, what's up, Geoff? I see you out there. How you doing, bud?
Dried bread is... You'd think that, rehydrating the dried bread would make it better, but it just turns into soggy bread. So much worse.
Yeah, soggy bread is not great.
It just goes down easier when you're trying to close your eyes, plug your nose, and get it down the throat. Dry bread will make you cough, I guess. I don't know.
I suppose true.
Turn it into a shitty slurry. Yeah, so we're all munchkins. Oh, I know what we're doing. Well, Sinya will look around as she's handing through the windows of the carriage out to her children different rations, and she's tossing it to them like wild beasts as they all scurry around and grab it and then go back to their tents. And she looks at everyone and she says, well, you all know where I'm coming from. I've told Gwendolyn that I'm coming from Ramshorn. I'm just wondering, where are all you coming from?
Actually,
Mouth absolutely full. Yeah, we came in from Die Shield. Nom nom nom.
What did she say?
He said that shield.
Oh, Die Shield. I see. That's what you said. I understand. I usually teach my children not to talk with their mouths full. I'm not sure if your mother ever taught you that, but I would say that it's polite. If you didn't know.
My mother died.
Oh, I'm very sorry. Did you have any parents at all?
No, not really. I mean, I have a master.
Oh, well, you know there are many dragons in Dragon's Keep, and if you ever, feel like you need a family, you could always come knock on my door. I'm not sure if I'll be on a fishing vessel or if I'll have a place in Dragon's Keep, but you seem like a wonderful young dragonborn, and I'd love to have you along with my children if you ever felt the need.
Yeah, I'm hoping there'll be lots of dragons in Dragon's Keep. You know, even if just so it's not like a misnomer kind of situation.
Oh, well, there's plenty of dragonborn. I believe it was actually a dragon's keep for a while, but when the Empire decided to close in on the Savage Coast and, push them all out, that's when it became a dragonborn city. Or I guess it's more of a town. Anyways, that's all boring history. So you're all coming from Die Shield. What, did you all live there?
I didn't. I was just passing through. Happened to meet Five and everyone else.
We got attacked by beetles on the beach during an eclipse.
Oh, I've heard of the eclipse celebrations. But there was an attack?
Yeah, so we were hired by the Reeve to go figure out what happened.
Oh my god. That's terrible. And so why are you here then? Are they here? Are they in these woods?
Well, the beetles
Maybe.
come from around here, so figured we'd go check out, see what we could see.
Oh, I see. I haven't seen any of the beetles, but I don't know if they roam above ground or below ground.
That's a good
Definitely.
question.
Definitely flying beetles. Very high in the sky.
Did they fly?
Oh, some of them fell off a cliff.
I also fell off a cliff.
Yes.
So
Yeah,
wait,
That hurt.
the Dragonborn can fly is what you're saying?
I wish.
She fell off the cliff, she didn't fly.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
I fell.
understand.
Onto my javelin. It hurt.
Ooh, that does sound like it would hurt. And this was fighting the beetles, back in Die Shield, where you all met.
Yeah, that's how we met. Was fighting the beetles.
Well, that's a meeting for the
I was
gods.
just insulting them.
You were helping them, Beryl? Your name was Beryl, right? I remember all your names now.
Oh yes, I was just insulting the beetles.
Oh, good. Sometimes those stupid beetles need insulting.
Yeah, it's weird. He can like insult things and it hurts.
Oh,
Yeah.
I've known a few people like that.
Definitely puts things in perspective when you see something just lose its will to live after an insult.
That is a special type of magic, isn't it?
It's magic?
That's at least my understanding, unless your voice is very powerful just on its own.
Well, yeah. That's why I don't talk a lot. I don't want to accidentally do anything weird.
Oh,
That explains it.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Beryl. You should keep doing that.
well, I think that's pretty wise.
I just always figured you were thinking about things really hard.
You always have such unique perspectives on everything.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. What?
Classic Beryl.
Well, you just keep being yourself.
That I can do.
Good.
Sinya looks around
So
and
anyway,
she's like, you are quite the odd group, aren't you?
I guess so.
Well, if you ever want to come to Dragon's Keep, you could always look me up when I get there. That's where I'm going, and that's, you know where I'm from, so, I guess, do you have a destination that you're going to, or are you just going to try and find the beetles in some caves or something.
I think they're like south of the lake-ish.
Oh, well, that's where we are. I mean, you would be very close then. I assume you, if you were able to travel today, you might have even found where they're from. I think I actually know a bit about these beetles you're talking about. Are they the fire beetles? They glow red?
Yes.
Yep, those are the ones.
Oh, yes, I understand now. You know, there's some ruins just to the east of here along this sort of southern shoreline. And those ruins usually have a way into the underground or the caverns deep within. And, well, I do believe that actually many of the beetles live subterraneously there. They're quite common to underground places.
Oh, great. That's good to know.
Yes, when you arrive at the ruins, you should take some time to study them and look throughout them. They're very beautiful in their own haunting way, but I'm sure you'll find what you're looking for. There are many destroyed ways into the ground, you know, many collapsed buildings and such that lead to subterraneous caverns and pathways, so I'm sure you'll find what you're looking for.
What are they ruins of? What used to be there?
Ah, these are the ruins of what was before the Empire. Before we all banded together during the Rage of the Dragons. Just before that, most humans and other species of humanoid, like the halflings and the gnomes and such, we all roamed the planets in sort of like a tribal system, essentially. This was one of the first places to be settled. However, it was eventually destroyed by one of the dragons during the Rage of Dragons age, when what was the foundation of the Empire rose up and fought against the dragons in this area. And it was only then that the different tribes of humans and dragonborn and elves all throughout the land banded together to assert their own territory. This was one of the places in which many battles were fought, actually, and eventually the dragons were able to push the people out of this area. Only the ruins remain now, although nature has taken it over in her own right.
Sure do know a lot of history for a fisher, you said?
Oh, yes. All we do is swap stories about the old empire and such when we're on the boats.
I see.
That's really cool. Fisherman historian.
Yes, well, you know, all fishermen are a little bit known, or I guess I should say fisherwomen are a little bit known as well, or fisher people, I guess, for our stories. You know, sometimes we tell tall stories that maybe did or didn't happen, but a lot of the times they are built off of different legends and different histories of the land. And so I've heard quite a many tale. Have you ever heard the story of the large fish that lives in Middle Lake?
Yes. Gregor has told us about it.
Oh yeah, that was that story
Sailor.
Grieger told us. I forgot.
Yeah.
You're so good at remembering things, Gwen.
I told them the story. I think actually it was our Dragonborn friend here, 5, who mentioned the fact that the people in Dragon's Keep, the Dragonsborn, have a different idea with it's not a fish, but some sort of Aquarian dragon or aqua dragon that lives in Middle Lake. But you know, everybody's got their own version of the story.
Yeah, that's why I always never recognize the story, because I'm like, a giant fish. Oh wait, you mean the giant aquatic dragon? Yeah.
Oh yes, I'm familiar with both versions. I guess for you, yes, I should have mentioned that it is a large aquatic dragon that lives in Middle Lake. Nobody's ever seen it really that I know of, but the legend persists for many ages, and you know, that's a classic fisher person story that we all talk about.
Yeah, that's cool. So, is there a lot of like fishing jobs in Ramshorn? Is that where you came from?
Yes, a lot of the times we just ship out to the Gulf of Gruthal and we fish all of the Gulf. All the way, I guess, you know, if we headed just south here, I would probably end up on some sort of shore that I've already landed on before. I've traveled almost all of the Gulf of Gruthal and many of the shores west, almost all the way to Dragon's Keep, which is why I want to go there. Along the way, you meet many Dragonborn ships and vessels, sometimes pirates, and, I've just always found Dragonborn culture to be so interesting, and it's very, very far away, luckily, from Ramshorn. And, I know there's also a good fishing livelihood that I can achieve there, because it is too on a coastline. So I'm a little bit, familiar with the culture and the people, and I know I can get a job. So that's why we're kind of on the road to a new life.
That's really cool. Have you ever met a pirate?
Oh, yes, several. We've had to give all of our fish to a few Dragonborn pirates in our time. It's unfortunate, but you can always go get more fish, I guess. They spare our lives, and I know that times have been hard in Dragon's Keep sometimes, so I understand that. They are just doing what they have to.
Oh, I didn't realize that there were Dragonborn pirates. I've never really met another Dragonborn anything, so...
Oh, well, Dragonborns can be anything. Just because there's some that are pirates doesn't mean that there aren't some beautiful Dragonborns. I mean, King Dalamar is one, and we all love King Dalamar.
Who's King Dalamar?
Oh, I guess if you're from Die Shield, you wouldn't really know because he's not the leader of your province. However, the leader of the Springs and the Helmlands, that's King Dalamar, and he's a purple dragonborn, a very special one. Not many purple dragonborns are ever born. It's kind of like being an albino for humans. However, he was born and rose to be quite a liked politician, and that is why he reigns in the Helmlands now in the Springs. So, if you ever get a chance to go there, try and see one of his speeches. He's a very charismatic dragonborn, and one of the most revered in all of the Empire.
That is so cool! If he's purple, what does he breathe?
It's a special type of psychic scream. It has no real physical component to it. It's some sort of psychic beam that you can see it, but it's not physical. And if you get into the way of it, your mind is impacted. And then she looks to Beryl. Actually, it's very same way that this one operates, where your mind takes the damage.
Wow, that's so cool.
Yes, he's been seen using it before in battles, and some of the stories of King Dalamar's battles against the Draconians or even Dragonborn pirates are always some of the fishermen's greatest stories to tell, because they are epic tales of that involve boats and the seas and different different gods that control the seas, and it all ties together in such wonderful storytelling.
That's really cool. Yeah. I feel like despite the fact that we have two bards hanging out with us, we don't get an overabundance of stories. You guys should tell more stories.
Krieger looks upset. He's like, I already told you stories. You guys didn't even have any stories, really. I'm the only one who's told a story. Maybe you guys should get some stories.
But I'm not a bard.
Well, I guess that's a good reason.
If you need somebody to flip over, things, I can do that.
Well, not all bards tell stories,
Yeah, just look at Beryl.
That's true. I mean, we did get your interpretive dance, which was very cool. But
Yes.
Beryl.
You would have summoned some zombies. That's not your fault. How could you have known?
Hey, I still am telling you, Gwen, that's not on me. That's on that dude. Where's Globuk? Wait, Globuk, how long has Globuk been gone? We need Globuk here. Should somebody go get him? Is he on his way? Let's look out the carriage.
Realize he wasn't even there.
Globuk,
He's up
can
at the cave.
I see Globuk? I don't know.
I was just saying, making my way back probably at this point.
All right, there we go. Yeah, I'm like, wait, I thought you were here. I'm like, and I look over to Globuk, who is sitting in the cave still. Okay.
I'll just put him right here.
He's been admiring his new tattoo.
Oh, there's Glowbook. All right. I don't even remember why I needed Glowbook now.
Because you claim he was responsible for the zombies?
Oh, yeah, Glowbook. There we go. Stupid Gwen trying to tell me I'm wrong. Anyways, Glowbook, tell her about the shadow guy. And he called the lightning, right? Like, it wasn't me.
Yeah, headless man. He was on horse, and he pointed and was kind of scary. I don't know why none of you saw him. Only me. I don't know. That would happen. That was last time it rained.
Yeah, well,
I would
we'll
say-
be on the lookout, I guess, because now I gotta prove that it wasn't me, Gwen.
Well, how do you know your dancing didn't summon this headless horseman?
Okay, I'll say it one more time. Even though I've told 5 like 100 times, I've told you all, there's like a whole nother component with a language that I don't speak, and you have to like say a whole bunch of stuff. It's like a song, and you gotta like sing the song. And like nobody was chanting. Wait, none of you were like chanting abyssal songs while I was doing that, right?
I hope not.
What's up?
I don't think so.
I mean, I was thinking about it, but I didn't say
Everyone
anything.
looks at Farrell.
Okay, well, if that didn't happen, then I can guarantee it wasn't me. Like, I don't even know how to do the ritual. Like, I just took the melody and the dance. I didn't take the verbal components.
Well, how do you know that it wouldn't have been something worse if you'd done the whole thing? It's like cooking, where if you don't put in all the ingredients, you still end up with something that's just worse.
Huh. All right.
Right,
I guess you're kind of
Maybe.
right. Actually, a little bit about that.
Maybe he should do it again, and then we'll find out for sure.
I don't think we want to summon zombies with all the children around.
Oh, that's a good point. I was like, they weren't that hard to beat.
They kind of look like zombie.
How dare you? I heard that. I know you're outside the carriage, but those are my children.
Oh, sorry, lady.
You're not that great looking either, Mr. Half-Orc. I mean, look at you. I mean, you have fangs coming out of your bottom jaw. Like, I'm serious. Like, I understand my children are, like, kind of ugly. I get it. Like, but obviously you're not one to talk.
Yeah, let's all calm down here. There's no need to start insulting appearances.
Anyways, I'm sorry, but geez, I heard that.
Sorry, it just came out.
Look, they're
Maybe I'm a little
kids.
bit
They're-
touchy about it. I'm
sure they'll
sorry.
Grow up and be beautiful.
Yes, they will grow up to be beautiful. You're right. Thank you, Gwen. And I'm sorry I might have overreacted a little bit, but they get picked on at school and things, and I know it's going to be hard for them when we get to Dragon's Keep because they don't look like Dragonborns. So I'm probably a little bit prickly about it.
Okay, I sorry again.
All right, I'm sorry for insulting you
that's-
back. I didn't really mean it. I mean, for a half-orc, you are actually quite good looking, and your fangs. I'm sure some
Awkward.
creatures like it.
Okay, trust me, Glover can take her.
Yeah, I was just thinking about how I used to kind of get comments on, looking like a dragonborn because I didn't look like a human or something else. So it'll be like the opposite. They will be dragonborns in a place that's mostly dragonborns. 5 is just like sort of surprised by this fact, like, oh yeah, that'd be interesting.
Yes, it's unfortunate that you had to experience that, 5, but I'm sure my children will be able to prove their worth with their knowledge of the sea.
Yeah.
Town was
Um,
mostly dragonborn, and it was fine for me.
In Ramshorn?
No, I'm from Wood.
Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot about that. Yeah, you're isn't the person who runs your religion thing, your church, like a dragonborn? You said.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe I'll get to meet him someday.
Oh, I'm sure he will. He'll be happy to initiate. I mean, he'll be happy to talk to you about anything you need to know.
Yeah.
All right, well, what are we planning to do today? I mean, we're going to have at least 8 hours of downtime here. And I know we've played some Dragon Chess already, but what are you all thinking of spending your time doing today?
Five is gonna spend another day and 10 gold learning to whittle like a champ.
Oh, wonderful. I see that you're whittling there. That looks like quite a nice skill. Seems like it would spend the time nicely. Anybody else? Or what are y'all doing today? Also, while you're thinking about it, I'll just ask Globuk. Do you want us to be able to see the change in you? And well, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, no, for sure. There's probably a definite like difference when he comes back.
Oh, and I
didn't wanna,
forgot.
interrupt the whole headless horseman talk.
Yeah, no problem. I also forgot. You are able to take one physical trait from your totem animal, your spirit animal, the owl bear. You can take any sort of physical trait, and it doesn't have like a specific impact in the game. However, it impacts your physical appearance. So, if you want to, it's an optional feature, but you can go ahead and you can choose one. If you want to think about it, let us know. But you can go ahead and let me know.
I think I was gonna think about it because I have a good one for like the next step, but I kind of don't have much of one for this one.
Okay. Yeah, if you don't want to take one this time, that's fine, and we can move on, and we'll do it later when you start to get a little more powerful.
One of the descriptions said something about like thicker skin, but I don't really think that would be like really obvious to anybody. Would people notice that his skin is thicker?
No, that
yes,
one was
Globuk,
weird.
I rub you at night, and I can tell now your skin's thicker. Your nightly oil bath.
Oh god.
Just kidding. But I did want to know where is your new tattoo thing, and like, is it someplace that would be visible, or is it like under clothes or something?
It would be quite visible, really large on his left forearm, like on the inside of his left forearm.
Nice.
Okay. Then I guess Five will definitely be like, oh, Globuk, did you just burn that on your arm in the dead body cave?
Well, I guess I might as well just tell you all what I was talking to Atala about this morning. To put it simple, people that like me that come from tribe, we have different rituals to help us in battle, and I wanted to perform one of these rituals, so I asked Atala to help me, and I met my spirit animal, and he quite amazing. And he gave me this marking on my arm. It just kind of showed up.
Oh wow! And like Five is all up close, like flipping Globuk's arm around so that they can see it. Like, if you look at it like this, it looks like you holding a frying pan, and there's like some smell lines coming off of it. It's really appropriate.
Oh, maybe I don't really know what means, but maybe that funny. Five.
So can we see it? Can we see your animal? Where is it? And like Five's like looking around, and like also peeking into like Globuk's pockets in case it's also a mouse. It's like hiding in there.
Yeah. He you may see him at some point, but he not like here. He spirit. His name is Forge. He is an owl bear.
Oh wow, that's really cool. Forge. It's such a bummer though. You don't get like a pet. It's just, I assume he's like for fighting and stuff.
Well, that and like I can maybe like meditate and commune with him, and we can have talks.
Oh, well that's
you would
cool.
See him then.
Well, I can meditate. Can we meditate together? Can I like go into your meditation?
We could try.
Yeah, we should totally do that sometime.
That sounds dope as fuck, honestly.
And like Five leans over and whispers, like not super whispery, but whatever, like, I was never really good at meditating.
Globuk pretty new to it himself.
Well, we could both try.
Again, Atala, thank you for all your help. Global could never do on own.
Oh, no problem, Globuk. I'm lucky in the fact that I know so much about the spirit realm and different spirit animals and the way they all work together under Melora's influence. So it's actually, like I've said before, quite an honor for me to be able to bestow this upon you. I know Melora is smiling upon me now. Acting as one of her agents in the real world is always an honor. I can feel her energy kind of pulsing through me right now as I've helped you with this ritual. So once again, thank you for helping me to connect back to what makes me who I am.
Yeah, absolutely. It probably most biggest thing in Global life. It's very, very wonderful.
Yes, and I know for many tribes, it is a passage of rites, essentially. And so, for me to be able to help you perform that, I feel like it's almost like I helped help do a wedding for somebody or something like that, where it's like it's that big of a deal, and I'm just glad that I could help be the minister, essentially, for it. So, yes, thanks for allowing me to be part of such a special moment in your life.
Absolutely.
And I'm really glad to hear that you have this new Owlbear Forge. I mean, I think it will help you along your way as well, because I know Oleander has always made me feel like I'm never alone. And now, hopefully Forge will make you feel like you're never alone.
Yes. I think it will. I think this would be new and experience for both of us.
Wonderful. Well, I actually don't have very much experience talking to many of them. Myself, the barbarians and the tribesmen who use spirit animals to help them in battle, but I'm glad to see that we have one amongst us now, because I might poke and prod you a little bit and ask you different questions about how it works, but for now I'll let you sit with your newfound abilities and your newfound gifts, and we can have a discussion maybe some other time about just the types of impacts that it has had upon you.
Absolutely. Anytime, Atala. Thank you again.
All right. Well, I'm going to sit over here and play with Oleander a little bit and feed him. What are you all going to do for the rest of the day? You can roll perception on that. We'll see if you can see all the kids. All right. You look around. There's one kid missing. And just as you're about to turn to Sinya and be like, hey, one of the kids is missing, it actually pops up right behind you and spooks you. Boo! And you missed seeing it, so.
That was good. It's a good joke.
Ha, I played a trick on you.
Very nice. Why don't you go play with your brothers and sisters?
Oh, okay.
Have fun.
Wow, I didn't even notice that kid was there.
Neither did I.
Sneaky little booger.
Little what?
But nice child.
I don't know if I'd go that far.
Well, I don't want to upset Lady again.
They're kids. Kids will be kids, you know?
Yes, sometimes they're nice and sometimes they punch each other in the face. It's the way of the world, I guess.
Oh yeah, I remember Face Punch. We used to play that. Me and the other street kids.
What?
Yeah, you take turns punching each other in the face, and then if you pass out, then you lose.
Oh, I've never
I
seen
was
them.
never a big fan of that game.
I've never seen them play that game, but that sounds very violent.
Well, you know, we were street kids. Maybe that's not what normal kids play. And like Five looks really confused, like, oh, did people not play Face Punch normally? Oh, that's weird.
Well,
I thought it was normal.
Heard of it. Girl, would you say you played that game a lot as a kid?
I wouldn't say I played it. It was played on me a lot.
That explains a lot.
What other kind of games kid play? Global never got to play with kid. They play face punch.
Honestly, me.
Yeah. Face punch, and then we would play marbles sometimes, except none of us actually had marbles, so we just played with rocks. You'd try to find some that weren't so, jagged, so that they'd actually kind of roll a little bit.
And what did you do with them?
You would get a big one, and you'd roll it into a bunch of littler ones, and they were in a circle, but usually by that time a carriage or something would go through and scatter everybody, and then all the rocks were gone.
Well, as long as it was fun.
Yeah, it was alright. Also, pickpocketing, which was fun until I learned that was bad.
Yeah, me too. I was like, should that's
know,
something
right?
she would bite on hard, and I'm like, I'm just gonna leave it alone. Leave it. She gives you a smirk and a smile, and she says, "Oh, I like doing that too, 5."
Now?
Oh, I mean, yeah, when I was a kid.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't
pickpocketing
know
is a
how
bad
good I
thing?
still am at it. I know, right? Well, that's what Master Joe taught me.
You see, how would you like it if someone stole money from you?
Wait, who's
Can
stealing
I-
from me?
Can I try to pickpocket Beryl?
Now you can attempt
Oh man,
to.
with this perception, you'll be lucky to get past it.
Good, yeah, you can attempt to go sleight of hand, and then it's against perception, with advantage because you're all stuck in a cart. Like you're not in the shadows or anything. What?
Oh, wow.
I'm not rusty in the slightest.
What's with the dice in this game, yo?
Yeah, totally noticed.
So you say that, and then somebody else said whatever, and then 5 hands Beryl back his wallet.
Ah, what's this?
Yeah, apparently I'm still pretty good at it.
Good at what?
5 just tucks your coin purse back in your hand and pats your fingers around it kindly.
Poor Beryl.
Oh.
Okay.
I thought Atala. I rolled a perception to see if Atala could see it, and I was like, damn it, wait, she can't even see it. I was gonna try and see if somebody could see it, 5, but nobody's even got a +5 in it. Literally
Yeah, it's
nobody
really
saw
funny because
anything.
I'm not. 5 isn't like a rogue or anything, but 5 has got some dope rogue skills. I have thieves tools proficiency. I can do some roguing.
Yeah, you got that urchin background, which is really it's basically a rogue background.
Yeah, pretty much. But I can use it for party tricks.
Like stealing from the enfeebled.
Oh, that was very impressive,
Yeah.
5.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I did that a few times at the monastery, and Master Joe was really disappointed in me, so I don't do that anymore.
Makes sense.
Find a way to put those skills to good.
Yeah, maybe. I could steal something from a monster or something.
Well, not necessarily stealing, but just how sneaky happen to be.
Oh, we could just borrow it and then give it back later. That'd be fine.
But
Oh, I've played that game a lot.
do you usually forget the give it back later part?
Give what back?
Alrighty then. I don't know why I bother talking to you, Beryl.
Ah, because I'm so charming.
That's true. It's just too much for me to handle.
Does Sparrow know that is absolute sarcasm or not? Well,
Oh,
maybe.
maybe.
What do I roll against that?
Well, if you want to be deceptive, you could roll a deception.
Sure. Okay.
Wow! Apparently it was so obvious that time, even Gwen couldn't hide it and Beryl couldn't miss it.
Yep, the dice are saying, now Beryl knows.
Beryl knows something. But what does he know?
Beryl doesn't even know what he knows.
He knows
something, but doesn't know what he knows.
He knows that Gwen's being a little bit sarcastic. And glib.
And this will change his perception of her forever.
Or not. Either way.
Anyway, yeah, those are most of the things I remember playing as a kid. Once I got to the monastery, you know, it was mostly just a lot of reading books. I was always the youngest person there.
I mean, you're always 5, so...
Ha 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 ha, that was a good one. That was a joke, right?
What?
Oh, Beryl. I swear we'll fix you. Don't worry.
If it ain't broken, it ain't. Doesn't need to be fixed.
Oh, you're very broken.
Gwen's given up even trying to hide it now. Hey, Glowbuck, did your clan just not really have that many kids? Is that why you didn't really play with anyone?
Oh, Glowbuck, wasn't allowed to play with other kids. Glowbuck had to, do things.
Oh, like chores?
Sort of.
Yeah. I knew some of the kids that we played with had chores, you know, and then they'd have to go home and, like, do laundry and stuff.
Yeah, not like that. My mother sent me away when I was very little and I had to go work.
Oh, wow. Where did they send you?
Well, Glowbuck had to go work in slaughterhouse, actually. And cut up that animal for food.
Is that when you became a cook?
But that came later.
Seems kind of dangerous for a little kid.
Yeah, not fun. But
Yeah.
they paid Mom good for it.
There were a few kids I played around with that also, you know, their parents eventually kind of... They said it was like an apprentice thing, but, I mean, they basically just sold them to places.
Yeah, Glowbuck know what I like.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's talk about something more happy. Glowbuck life, kind of sad.
If
Everyone's
you
just
want to talk about it, you can always
bummed.
talk about it.
Maybe someday.
Whenever you're ready.
Well, I know how to play Dragon Chess now, if anyone wants to play that. Just, change the subject.
Well, Five, if you want to play some Dragon Chess, I've actually got a set here too. And I know Atala beat you, Ileana beat you. I'm Atala. But you could play me if you want.
Yeah, maybe I'll do better this time. It was hard to remember everything before.
All right, I warn you, I'm pretty good, but Ileana's a little bit better than me.
Just slightly better than last time.
Oh dear, it seems you
Oh, wow.
have a little bit to learn still, but that's okay. I'm sure you'll get better as time goes on.
You're already showing improvement.
Yeah, I've just always had a hard time with strategy games.
Yes, and this is one of the most complex for sure.
Something about the 3 layers, the only things that should have layers are like cakes and onions.
So
Yes.
I said onions.
Yeah, I'm glad you said onions too.
Her parfaits have anklings.
Yeah, parfaits! I was just gonna say that too, but I was like, I don't know if like 5 would have a parfait ever.
I heard layers and I knew where everyone was going.
I mean, yeah, it's just.
It's
And
like
a
in
good
that log,
story.
you mentioned layers.
Anyway,
But thanks for playing with me. I'm sure I'll get better if we just keep trying.
Oh yes, me too. You'll get much better.
well, there are things why I don't play regular chess.
I think Dragon Chess is just a bit more fun.
Do you have a regular chess set? I mean, I'll try that too. I can't be worse at it.
No, I don't.
I only-
Does anybody else have any games? No, I didn't think so. Oh well.
Well,
I'm like,
I have this
Does
book
anyone-
of prayers we could all read.
Oh no. I actually don't really like reading. They forced me to read when I was in mage's school, and I hated it.
Oh,
I'm
that's
not
fair.
much of a reader myself.
I think we could have guessed that, Barrel.
I read a lot. I mean, if you want to lend it to me, I'll read it by myself.
Oh, sure. Here you go.
And 5 will take it, and probably later, once they're done doing, wood carving practice, they'll probably read it, because, what else?
Yeah, 5 likes reading. So just to be clear, you're giving her your prayer book, right?
Yeah.
All right, so you can add 1 prayer book to yours, 5, and you can take your prayer book out, Gwen.
This isn't your, holy symbol or something, is it?
Nope, that is a separate thing, which is carved into the shield.
Yep.
Oh, good.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna move us along a little bit. Get us to supper time now. We'll all eat again, I guess, unless you want to change that up somehow. Let me know if you want to.
I could have Glowbook maybe do some foraging so that maybe we don't have to eat rations, but I don't know. Let's see if that works out.
Sure. Atala will
Yeah,
join
it didn't
you.
work last time.
Let's bring up the cooking utensils one because we're never gonna remember it. All of the different things. But I believe actually you roll it with survival. Let me just go check, or whatever survival would be.
Would be wisdom.
Okay, yeah. Do you got the sheet up? I'm gonna pull it up. Let's see. Survival. When foraging for food, you can do it with ingredients. Yeah. So I'll just get you to roll your roll it with wisdom, unless your survival is you have proficiency and it's much higher.
I do have proficiency in survival.
Okay,
I
so
don't
it
know how
should
much
give your
higher it is.
modifier. It'll probably increase your modifier. Like if the modifier on your wisdom on the left-hand side is lower than the actual modifier with proficiency on the skills area, then take the skills one. If not, roll your tool with wisdom. Does that make sense? That was really convoluted.
I think so. Because my proficiency bonus would be 2, correct? Am I reading that right?
Yep, you get 2, and then it would be on top of whatever your modifier is usually.
Okay, and then my survival modifier is 3, so I should roll survival.
Yeah, I figured it would probably be higher. It almost, I think, has to be with... Oh. Oh, I'm just getting a call from my dad. That doesn't work. I'll roll Atala's while I'm on the phone.
Okay.
Man, yeah. Sometimes there are just some things that we can't get good rolls on, and trying to forage for food is one of them.
Yeah, the last time I did that, it was not good.
Yeah, no, you and I think one other person tried to find food when we were at the hot spring, and we all
That's
just ate dirt. Literally and figuratively. Well, hopefully Atala gets a better roll.
If not, more dry bread.
Yay, yum. Well, I was gonna say they have like a little tent city built up over there. Maybe you could try to do something with the rations again.
Could try.
I mean, at this point, I've eaten rations for 2 different meals today, so I'd be willing to give mine to you to see if you can do anything to them. And by I mean 5.
Well,
Apparently, it's a day for parents calling during D&D. My mom called me earlier.
Okay, I'm back. Wait, check. Hit me up with some chat in because I think I fucked something up.
Welcome
yeah,
back.
you're good.
Good. Okay. That was just my dad calling to let me know about what's going on with the fam lately. They're all going to get gelato today.
Very nice.
That was nice of him to let you know.
Hey,
Is
and
that more of like a haha, we're getting gelato and you're not kind of thing? Or
actually, no, they live in another city now, so it's just more like a, hey, it's Sunday, I'm going to call you thing. And just keep you updated with what's going on, because, yeah, I used to live there, and I used to, like, be a lot more, like, involved in all of their lives, so when I left, they were all pretty sad, I would say. For me, I miss them, but I'm very independent, so it's good that he calls me, because I'm really bad at it, honestly, and I really do love my family, so it's nice.
Okay, so they would have taken you to get gelato if you'd been there.
100%. I would have been right there with them. That's why they're calling, essentially. Yeah.
Now I want gelato.
Oh, I know. We've been talking about so much food this session, and I didn't eat lunch before, but that's okay. I just want to also give a second to a big shout out to my buddy Soap Dirty in Twitch for subbing again for his 5th month in a row. Thanks, man. Much love. And
Hi, Soap Dirty.
hey, Soap Dirty.
Shout out to you. I don't know who you are, but thanks for coming back a lot.
Yeah,
dirty soap.
he's always around, and he likes this campaign and all my campaigns, and so do a lot of my friends. But regardless, he says hello. I don't know how many of you are in the Twitch, but if you are in the Twitch, Soap Dirty's the one who created my just got groceries. Congratulations. My frame and then my DM speaking avatar, essentially. He is the artist.
Oh, nice one. Well, thanks, dude.
Yep. So yeah, he helped me create this campaign a little bit. Just in that regard. But anyways, let's jump back into it. We were gonna get Atala to do a check to see if she can find anything to help you guys eat. Yeah, that's good enough. She finds a whole assortment of different herbs and stuff, fresh herbs that you can use to dress up your bready rations. Or she also found some root tubers, which I used last session, not in this one, but in my buddy's session just Saturday. A root tuber is like any vegetable, like a potato or like a carrot. So she's able to scrounge up some root tubers, some potato-like root tubers, and also she's able to get an assortment of very nice herbs for you all. And she brings them back to you, Globuk, and she says, well, look at this. I've got here 9 root tubers. I was wondering if combined with these herbs you could make us something.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Let's cook them up.
Wonderful. All right, I'll let you do it. Here, Grigor, set up the tent. Here, we'll get Grigor to set, unless you want to cook in the cave, I'm not sure.
We could just do it in cave, that or wherever.
Yeah, let's do it in the cave. I'll come join you. If anybody else wants to come,
I was gonna say-
we're gonna start cooking.
I I don't know if maybe like if Sinya and her kids want to get in on this, but maybe for this meal we'll all just take out one of our own rations and then give them to Glowbug and see what he can do with them.
Let's see. Sinya will say, "Oh no, we're fine. We have food for ourselves. If you'd like to give us some of those root tubers, that's fine. But we have some other things here. I can take care of my children. You can share the root tubers amongst yourselves."
I just meant, if you wanted to like throw in your ration stuff with Glowbug's a really good cook, so like,
Oh, he might be able to turn them into something a bit better, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
I understand now. Okay, sure. Here's 7 more rations on top of that, Glowbug. See what you can do with them.
Oh,
Do your
boy.
best, bud.
Here we go.
You create a good enough meal. It's not spectacular, but it's good enough. With the bread and the potatoes and the herbs, it all comes together. And it's definitely passable. It's not your best work by far. You've done a lot better on the fire beetles before. But this one, it's definitely edible. It's kind of like a bland stew, but it's got enough flavor with the herbs and stuff, earthy flavor to just carry it through.
Good deal.
And it's better than just a brick of ration.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, those fresh herbs really carry it through and make it into a nice appeasing dish. So yeah, you come back with 9 of them. I guess no, wait, we contributed now, so everybody gets to partake in the dish.
Yeah.
Cool. And so actually there'd be a lot more. And did everybody throw in rations yet? If not,
I did.
okay. We'll
I
just leave
just,
it alone.
you know,
I'm not going
I
to
did
fucking worry about all the
mine.
math of rations right now and who gets the rebound rations and there's more rations than people and blah, blah, blah. You're all just going to eat food and you're all going to be happy.
Good deal.
Woo!
Yeah.
Screw math. Have food.
That's basically where I'm at.
If
At
only.
this point, you can take one ration out if you want to, if you gave it to Glowbook or not, but because there's so many root tubers that Tala found with her successful check, I don't require you to actually take any out if you don't want to. So 5, you can refund it if you want.
Nice. I'll save it. Heck yeah.
Yeah, so that's why...
This trip has already taken like 2 days longer than it was supposed to, so I might need them. Who knows?
Yeah, exactly. It's...
Ileana got all those extra rations.
Yeah, you guys have 40 rations, but I mean, you do take like, what, 7 times 3 is 21 per day, so... You start to eat them up pretty quickly. Cool. And good thing she brought them. Holy crap. You know, heading out, you guys are like 4 days, we won't need them. Here you are, 4th day, you're not even halfway down the journey. You might need them. But I will say that we all enjoy our beautiful meal. Globa, Katala, do you want to come back to the carriage? Do you want to eat in the cave? I don't know.
We'll bring everything. We'll bring it back.
Yeah, okay. I figure we'll all just come back to the carriage here. And have a nice 2-family meal. It's like, you know, when you had your friend's family from down the block over. Maybe that's just a me thing. But anyways, it's kind of like when your other family comes over and there's another family, your friends, but like you're not related. That's kind of what the vibe is here. Bunch of little kids running around eating this tasty schlop. And yeah, Sinya very happy to be amongst people that will help protect her children in a perilous night. All right. Well, we can jump into some RP, but I'm going to quickly go ahead and ask everybody to do their 1 day of special skills. So if you are going to add a skill today, you will take out your 10 gold, and then you will go and add it into your resource. I don't believe anybody else is working on anything other than 5. Let me know now. If not, I'll just remember that it's always just 5 working on something.
5 likes to stay busy.
That's fair. I
So-
mean, go ahead.
Alright, I guess I'll go. So to learn a language, we need like a book like explaining that language, right? So that works.
Oh yeah, this was actually to be in my to-do too, because I talked about it with Ilyana, but not you guys. So, training proficiencies, the handout I have in tools and stuff, you can bring that up and it has some basic rules around it. However, it doesn't talk too much about languages, because there's another way to learn things that I didn't include in here, and that's to learn it from other people. So if you're going to learn from a tome and nobody speaks it, you can learn it from the tome. If you are not learning it from the tome, you have to learn it from somebody who speaks it, and that goes for all of the types of proficiency kits. So if you don't have a kit, like if Five didn't have her wood carving kit, she would have to borrow one essentially to practice. Yeah, does that answer it?
So it like still costs the gold and everything when you're learning from someone else, right?
Yep, exactly.
Who wants to learn to
What
speak
language? I actually thought about it. It's like if I get more money, I'm gonna have Glowbuck teach Five how to speak work.
Oh, she's gonna know all the horrible things he says.
Yes.
Does anyone here happen to speak Draconic?
Huh. I wonder. Who might speak Draconic?
Stares intently at Five.
Hey, I do! You're gonna have to ask, and it's gonna have to be in roleplay.
Yeah. Five? Busy?
Five looks up from probably finishing up eating messily and like pulling out their whittling knife. What? Oh, yeah, what's up, Gwen?
Hey, I'm not sure since you've never been around other Dragonborn, but do you happen to know how to speak Draconic?
Oh, yeah, luckily, because Dragonborn grow up pretty quickly, by the time my parents died, I already kind of knew it, so it only took a little bit of studying for me to pick it up again.
I was hoping you could, while we're traveling and spending time together, if you could teach it to me.
And Five, like, kind of, like, lights up because, you know, their situation has always been the teachee, not the teacher, so they're like, oh, yeah, I'd be happy to teach you. It's a lot of, really kind of deep throat, some, like, kind of harsh sounds, but once you get the alphabet down, it's not too bad, really.
Great, yeah.
So, yes, Five will teach you Draconic.
Fantastic.
Alrighty. Well,
Now, do I get the 10 gold, or does that just go to the ether?
I usually say that the person gets it because you're training them, especially with languages. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know if I should give it to you because normally it's an NPC.
You could fund my learning orc from Glowbook.
And then you could just give it back, which is another weird thing. I'm going to have to give it to the ether, which is normally what happens with all of the other things. So yeah, you won't get it. Normally my NPCs would get it, but that would also be like losing it to the ether essentially. So as long as it gets out of your group and it's not like something you can use later, then to me it's been spent.
Okay. Does Gwen get to make a roll about how well her first day of learning Draconic went?
Well, we're going to talk about that. So, did you already add your woodworking day?
Yeah, I did.
All right. Well, you only get one thing to do during downtime. So you can either sacrifice that day and teach Gwen, or you can stay in your introvertedness or whatever and teach her another day while you finish your carvings for the day.
Oh. I'll be nice. I'll give Gwen my downtime.
All right, so I'll need you to take that one day you put in out, and then you can take your 10 gold back that you spent already. Gwen, if you'd like to learn some Draconic, you can make a resource for it, and then or a counter, whatever you like to refer to them as, and then add your first day and take out 10 gold.
Yeah, did that already.
Perfect. So yeah, that's cool. We have Gwen and Five spending kind of the rest of supper time and the rest of the evening and nighttime teaching Gwen Draconic. and nobody else has anything, I don't think. Globuk, I'll come back to Ilyana for this at one point when she is back with us to retcon it. But Globuk, Beryl, is there any skills you want to work on for the rest of the evening? If not, I'll start moving us into Night Watch.
No, I think I'm good.
None that I can think of.
Okay. So after supper, Sinya sends the kids to bed, and she comes back to the carriage and she says, "All right, well, I was wondering who's going to stay up tonight. Do you usually have some people stay on watch?"
Yeah, we usually take turns.
And Ilyana will speak up. She says, "Yes, normally I take the first 4 hours. Who else wants to watch with me today?"
I'll go today.
I can do third.
All right, that's enough. So there you go, Sinya. You can take a nap in the carriage if you want with us. Or you can go sleep with your children, either one. And Sinya will go sleep with her kids. She says, "All right, well, I'm going to bed now. If there's any problems in the nighttime, just wake me up." All right.
Good night, Sinya. Good night, kids.
Good night.
Good night.
Now that she's gone, man, those kids are ugly.
Yes, they're very ugly, but, you know, I'm glad you waited to say it again. You should have waited to say it the first time, too.
It just kind of come out. Sorry.
It's understandable. They are quite ugly. But, you know, they're kids. We don't know what their father looked like.
I bet
Given
he's out there somewhere. Who knows?
Given what Sinya looks like, he must have been exceptionally ugly to make those.
Yeah, Sinya doesn't look anything like her children. Seems weird.
Yeah.
I thought maybe they were all adopted, but apparently not.
All right, well, Grigor and I are going to head to bed. Good luck on the watch.
Good night, everyone.
Night.
Good night. And I mean, Five's gonna
night.
sleep because not until the end of the watch.
All right. Yep, you all take some time to go to bed unless there's something you want to do while Ilyana's on watch.
Just as she heads out and right before I go to bed, I'm just gonna grab a pebble off the ground, cast light in it, and just hold it in front of her eyes for a second, and then drop it in front of her and run back in.
She'll scream, "Ah! I'm blinded! Why would you do that?"
Revenge.
Oh, I guess I had it coming. All right. Who's first? It was Gwen. Well, you're going to get woken up with a spider on your chest, I think. Oh, no, wait. She doesn't have her tarantula. Never mind. No, she'll wake you up nicely. Whatever. At the end of Ilyana's watch, everything went well, and she wakes you in the carriage, Gwen, and she whispers, "Gwen, it's your turn. I gotta meditate now."
Thanks. Yeah, so I'll go watch the rain.
All right.
Make
Roll
sure to keep
me.
an eye on the family over there.
Yeah. Roll me a perception as you look out. I assume from inside the carriage, maybe not, I don't know, but you look out over the scene of the jungle around you.
I'm gonna cast guidance on myself.
Smart. Just cleric things. Oh, cool. All right. So, I gotta go back up a ways. Give me 2 seconds. Fuck, we talk a lot in this chat. It's already gone. Okay, 1 sec. I gotta pull up my 100 stuff. I put it in chat so I could scroll up later and just be like, oh yeah, this is what happens, and here it is. But I know it involves some interesting beasts. Let's see here. That was the children one. Going back now, 28 I think was the other one. 29, 27. Fuck, what was the other? Oh man, I can't believe I lost it. Normally I hold on to them so good. I might have to go look at the full chat. Give me 2 seconds, stand by. You know, you try to hold on to things and then I like hid the roll too, so like you wouldn't even be able to see it, so I wouldn't spoil anything.
Yeah, we do talk a lot.
It's all good. Don't stop. It's totally fine. I just have to keep going older. Older and older and older in the chat.
Just how it goes.
Yep. You try and I'm like, I'll carry it over. And of course it didn't carry over because we're all the best. I like how if you go to the main thing though, you can start from the very beginning and there's like a show all option and then it just like it's all in one big giant page. So the D20s from the kids, there we go. We're going all the way back from the firebolts, burning everything. All right, almost all the way to the investigations with the +5 and all that. And here they are. It's a 23. That's what it was. All right, so Gwen, as you're hanging out, you eventually hear this weird sound. It's like sounds like slopping. It's like and it's happening at like intervals, like a very like slow interval. And as that slopping sound is getting closer to you, you eventually see in the tree line coming towards us 2 older males, and each of them are riding a giant snail. They have on these giant snails
God, so much better.
these large, what looks to be merchants' like shanties on the tops of the shells, and outside of the shanties, even though they're all like hooked up right now and closed up, like all the windows and doors are closed up, you can see that it says merchant on top of it. And both of them are kind of riding towards you. They're wearing these like large robes to cover themselves from the rain, and they're just like, yeah, they're slowly snailing up to you as they're riding these large, what look to be like giant snails that are carrying all the weight of this shop on top of them, and each of them have their own shops. And as they come closer towards you, one of them looks up towards you and he says, "Oh, we found some travelers. How interesting." And as they come closer, they're like, "Do you need any wares?" And they're yelling out towards you, Gwen.
Kind of motion at them to be a little bit quieter, and I'll head out towards them. Hey, just my friends are sleeping back there, so if we can just be a little quiet when we talk. Great.
Oh, sorry. Well, I'll bring my voice down. Yes. Oh, of course. We always travel by night, but we understand that many of you travel by day. We were wondering if you needed any wares.
Oh, what do you have?
All right, well, let us check what I have.
So we're going to do a bunch of rolls. He has 4 items. They are coming off the common magic items table. So let's see. Hey, that's how many people we have. So everybody is going to go, and which one's the common? That will be the first one, A. So everybody needs to roll me a D100. 4 D100s. We will see what this guy has, and then we're going to open up his buddy who's next to him and see what he has. 37, 77, 43. All right, we're going to go. 1 to 50s. Yes, there's one. 1 to 50 to 70s. I'm just needing one more out of barrel. Nobody hit 100 yet. That's good. 77's pretty good. 58. All right, so 77. Globuk, Gwen, your first two, both of those are in the range of healing potions and just regular ones. And then the 77, he has a spell scroll. Now I'm going to roll on another table to see what scroll it is. Okay. Well, I think I'll just give you the other one then, because I know that's a shitty one. Let's see. It was going to be... So far, we have 2 potions of healing, and we also have. I'm going into my hordes now, my different hordes that I. Oh, an animal friendship scroll. There you go. Animal friendship scroll, 2 potions of healing, and Barrel's 58 is a cantrip spell scroll. Wait, yeah. So, which one was that? That was right? That's the first level. Animal friendship is
that's
first
weird.
level. All right, a cantrip spell scroll. Interesting. What's a really good one? Prestidigitation. So, I'll type it out.
What's a spell scroll of animal friendship?
A spell scroll allows you to cast the spell as if you were casting it regularly. However, you don't have to know the spell. You don't have to use any of your own spell slots. And for most of them, I believe you don't need to be the class. Now I'm just going to go, yeah, that's how I run it. I'm going to run it that way. I don't care what it says.
But it's just a one-time use?
One-time use scroll, one-time boomer banger. Later on in the campaign, you'll start to get higher level spell scrolls and stuff like that. Right now, you're getting cantrip and level 1 spells because that is where you are. Oh yeah, I guess we have to get some quick little prices for you together. Let's see what they say. Oh yeah, that's all right. Okay. Those are the respective prices. So the potions of healing are 5 gold each. His spell scroll of animal friendship, level 1 is 8 gold, and spell scroll prestidigitation is 5 gold. And he motions towards you, Gwen, in the middle of the night, and you can only see as he opens up a few of the little cupboard areas, a few of these different things. You know what they are because there's little signs to explain what they are and their different prices. And there's a few little lanterns hanging over the coping of his little makeshift market on the back of these giant snails. And he looks towards you and he says, "Anything of interest?"
I don't know if we really need either of the scrolls, but I'll take the potions. It'd always be useful.
Perfect. I knew we'd find somebody out here who needs them.
Okay, so that'll be 10 Gs, and I'll just come check. What are you at now for gold? You pretty... Well, I guess we just got 20, never mind.
Yeah, I just paid the 10 while I'm adding the potions in.
Cool. All right, and I guess there is 2 of them, so we can do it all again. If you all want to roll again, I will check the other table now. As everybody roll me another D100, as he motions to his friend, who is much quieter, and he says,
He has some other things for sale as well. Much nicer.
Ooh.
did we get a 5 and an 11? A 6 and an 11, that's easy. All right, those are like the same thing.
Oh wow.
They're nice, though. This stuff's all going to be a little bit nicer. There's the first. That's the 11 and 6, and now 5248. Those might be the same thing, too. Nope, they are just separated. Oh, yeah, this is the next part of this, and it fits in well. Oh, I see why they do this. Now I just need to look at these quick.
Oh.
As the other guy has more like nicer potions and stuff. He's actually only got potions. Yeah, he's just got a bunch of nice potions.
All the potions. Interesting,
Just
though.
gonna put a quick price on these. They're probably gonna be 10 each. We'll see, because I think they're just regular. Yeah. Yep. And yeah, the older man who's been a little more quieter. They're both old, but one of them looks quite a bit older. The potion guy, he seems very, very old, and he says,
Yes, I have even nicer things for you.
I don't know if I'm really in a position to buy these right now, but if you want to stay here for the night, maybe camp near us or in that cave, and when my friends wake up, we could all look around, and they'll likely want to buy something.
roll persuasion.
Ugh.
It's 10s across the board.
Just good enough. They'll look around and they'll say,
Well, we've traveled most of the night already. Let's go sit up in that cave. I'm sure our snails could find something in there to eat on. Yeah, we'll come visit the rest of your party in the morning with our wares here.
Alright, sounds great.
all right, well, I'm not going to make them into tokens yet. They go off into the, oh, they're definitely going to eat the charred corpses. Anyways. Yeah, they said they're going in there to find something to eat. I'm surprised Gwen wasn't like, well, there's some dead bodies. I mean, they're burned bodies, so I don't know how much is left of them. But they'll try and eat the ashes or whatever, too, probably. I mean, they're slime creatures. They just eat whatever the slime touches, I think.
Yeah, they're kind of eating the ground as they go, right?
Yeah, exactly. So they'll get some detritus and all that kind of stuff that you would find in caves. Cave ground is probably good for snails because there's lots of weird shit that falls from the ceilings, I assume, including probably bat guano. Anyways, they're off in the caves now. Gwen, that was your watch. So your watch ends with the rest of it being very peaceful and very nice, and you can go wake up 5 now.
Kind of gently nudge 5 awake. Hey, it's time for your watch.
Wait, that was mine, corn cob. Wait, what? Huh? Oh. Hey, Gwen. Ugh. Did anything interesting happen?
Yeah, we were visited by some merchants who were riding giant snails. I'd never seen them
What?
before. But they're camping out in the cave, and in the morning they'll come out and visit us, and maybe once everyone's awake, they'll want to buy something. We'll see.
Oh, heck yeah, I want to see giant... I want to see a giant snail.
Alright.
Five's
well,
like wiping drool off of their face, like trying to pull their pillow off.
do you have like a small bit of metal or like a weapon or something nearby?
5 holds up their javelin.
Perfect. I'll cast light on the javelin once we're outside the carriage. Didn't wake everyone else up.
How considerate of you.
Here,
Okay,
this'll last for
well-
the first half of your watch.
Yeah. Thanks. Thanks, Gwen. Have a good sleep.
Yep. Try to stay awake.
I will. I'm gonna go talk to Argo and Trigger.
Ah, perfect.
All right. As you're headed out of the carriage and on your way to go see Argo and Trigger, roll me your perception.
Perception. I'm always so good at these. This is it's sight-based perception, right?
Oh, yeah. Do you have your mask on?
I've got my goggles.
This is sight. It's sight and sound, but I mean, I'll give you the advantage. I'm not here to fuck with you.
Okay, well, it worked out either way.
Yep.
Well, at least it's not disadvantage.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
good. Thankfully.
With the light and with your nice glasses, you can see out into the world. Oh, we're done.
And I can see even things that are very far away, like even like 2 feet across or something. I can see them super well.
Yeah, exactly. Speaking of which, Beryl, roll me a d20.
Ooh.
Not Beryl.
All right. Well, on the horizon, 5, you look up. It's still dark, and you can't really see too far because dark vision, all that shit. But anyways, you can see rolling in as the sun begins to come up near the end of your watch, which has been very chill. A new day is on the horizon. Blue skies, beautiful golden sunrise as it's peeking up over the edge of the horizon. And you realize your watch has now come to an end without any more craziness happening. And you can see that today is going to be a bright, 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 sunshiny day.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, I literally don't know where that came from. I was gonna just say bright, bright day, and then as soon as bright, bright came out, it was on.
Thank God it's not more rain.
Yeah, I agree. Sub 5 weather checks, they suck. I might change that actually. We'll probably flip that for the next session so that, if you roll like below 5, it's actually the best thing ever. And if you roll a nat 20, it's like the worst thing ever. I might enter whatever it's called that. But anyways, Gwen, it's ended now, your watch, and the giant snail people come out of the cave, and they are riding their giant snails. It looks like they've been up for maybe a little bit. Their wares are presented now as they see it's a nice day out on the outsides of their shacks, and they are approaching your group as you are all waking up. And one of them...
Well,
go ahead.
I would just like to say that they all woke up to 5 smacking the side of the carriage, yelling, "Giant snails, giant snails, giant snails," and then running off to go look at the giant snails.
Oh. Atala's not gonna like that. She's gonna literally just cover her head with whatever blanket or scarf or bedroll she has and try and tuck in quiet, to make it seem like you're being quieter now.
Well, that's fine. Atala's gonna get to see the giant snails later. But 5 absolutely is over there.
I'm gonna spring out of bed, head over.
I'm gonna see what I can get for tokens.
Global come running out.
Yeah, so you...
5, we're getting attacked by giant snails.
Oh, no, we're not getting attacked by them. They're, selling stuff. They're merchants. I mean, I'm not the snails, I don't think. I don't know, Gwen told me about it.
Oh, okay.
There are old men riding the snails who are merchants.
Okay, okay.
Oh, sorry. I can see how that could have been misconstrued.
While everyone else is dealing with the snails, I'm gonna check on Sinya and the kids.
Yes, come around. We have many potions and different items for sale today. Your friend has already purchased all of my regular potions of healing, but my friend here has many more if you are interested. Also, do you all know much about potions?
You drink
Not
them.
really.
I think you drink them.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm with Beryl.
Yep, that's basically it, although there is a little bit more to the old tricks of alchemy that I could maybe talk to you a little bit about. While you peruse
Okay.
our wares.
I'll learn about alchemy.
All right, well, let me tell you that some potions, you can enhance them. And, since you have healing potions here, I can teach you a way to enhance your potions. All right, so what we will have to do now is I ask amongst you, does any of you have any of these herbs?
And at this point, Atala, you'll see she's actually kind of woken up and stumbled out of bed and come over to you guys, and she says, "Oh yes, I have some herbs. I always have herbs on me. I'm in love with Melora, so I keep her close by all of her precious gifts." And he asks, "Do you have any wolf's root?" And she looks through her thing and she pulls out this black root, wolf's root, and she says, "Yes, here's some wolf's root." And he says, "Yes, now watch. It's not quite dry enough. And he looks at Atala and he says, "Do you have any fire?" And she immediately grabs the thing and kind of shoots it with a little firebolt, and just on the side so that it kind of singes it. And she's like, "Here, it's dry now." And he says, "Yes, perfect." And he pulls out
mortar and pedestal, and he says, all you have to do is grind up a little bit of this wolf's root. And what happens is when you add it to any sort of potion of healing, it will give you an enhanced effect, and it will feel even better. And so what he's taught you to do now, because you got this off the random roll,
Nice.
so we're going to have this herb now within our world, essentially called Wolf's Root, and you can add it to this healing potion, any type of healing potion, superior, greater, whatever, and it will add 1 extra d6 to the total of all the d6s rolled.
Yes, it's just a little trick I've picked up, being an old coot like me, having brewed almost every potion in the book. It's nice to teach things to some of the youngins.
Well, thanks so much. That's really useful to know.
Yes, I figured it is for most adventurers who are out here. These are treacherous woods, but I see you have a pretty good group about you. You'll probably be fine with your numbers.
Five's gonna poke around in what they're selling. So these are 2 potions of greater healing?
Yep. And I guess we haven't talked about potions of healing yet. You can look them up, or I'll just show you the formula right now.
That would be
I think it's like that for the first one. Oops, that's supposed to say 2d6 plus 2, and then it goes up 4d6 plus 4, 66 plus 8, or something like that. I don't know. It's pretty much that.
Okay. I'll look.
Just to be clear, the base ones are 2d4 plus 2, so are we going with d6 instead of d4?
Oh, okay, they are d4. Then they will be d4s. I was just trying to go off my memory. I have enough clerics and healers usually in my campaigns that we don't use too many potions, and when we do, it's usually just stabilizing people, so...
Okay, so the first ones are 2d4 plus 4?
Yep. And again, you can look those up in the Potion of Healing page in the compendium. And I believe that should have all the scaling with it, too.
I think it's just however many d4 you roll is the number you add to. So if it's 2d4, it's plus 2, 4d4 plus 4, etc.
Yep, yeah, that makes sense. Then it just keeps going up, and eventually it gets to superior and all that, but right now you just have regular ones and greater.
Well, it definitely can't hurt to have some more potions. I mean, just in case, for example, literally everyone who can heal people is injured or dead.
Yes, they come in very handy.
So I'll definitely get one, and then if nobody else wants to get one, I'll get the other one. But I'll start with one for now.
I'll take one as well.
Oh, perfect. We'll sell them both. Look at brother, we've done very well today. Well, if that's all, then I think we should be heading out.
Oh, wait 1 sec. I just had to make a note of my purchase in my little book that I carry.
Oh, yes, please do take your time in adding those to your ledgers to make sure you have a complete count of all of your gold and a complete count of all of your equipment.
Yeah, it's you really got to keep on top of that, otherwise you just lose track.
Yes, here's mine.
And he lets out a huge scroll that just bounces down onto the ground, and he says,
Oh, I think I should update it right now.
Can I buy that potion of growth too?
Do you have 10 gold?
Yeah,
Of course you can.
sweet.
Brother, we're going to have to go and brew more potions when we get into town.
This is one of those times when you wish that like Caprina was around, because I'm sure she'd be trying to like wheel and deal with these guys, but that's just not really how 5 rolls.
I was almost expecting it. I was like, is she gonna try and wheel me? Let's get into it. I almost expected every merchant interaction, so
5's not a haggler. It never occurs to them.
that's fair. I have another like rich character in one of my campaigns that doesn't haggle because they don't care.
Which is funny because, I mean, Ileana's like rich from a fancy background, and she haggles like an old lady, with like 2 pennies strung together.
Yep, I think a little bit of that might even come out. You eventually you'll be able to even explain. Like all of your characters will know why she's like that. You might already know. I'm not sure, because I know so much more about Caprina, or I mean Ileana, than you guys do. So I'm like, how much do you guys actually even know about her background or who she is? That's why I'm just kind of like saying maybe one day you'll know, but I guess maybe you already know. I don't remember how much she's revealed to you.
Nah, I don't think so.
Like in character, almost nothing.
Yeah, no, in character, Ileana
Yeah.
really hasn't talked about herself much.
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. So that's why I just naturally was like, yeah, maybe one day you'll know enough about Ileana that your characters won't have to wonder.
At character, I can like guess at things given how she described herself.
Yeah, exactly. From the whole like character background or whatever, yeah, you could probably guess a little bit about her whole life, but until we get there, I think we'll just leave it alone. And I'll say that, yeah, she's just still meditating. She's not really interested right now.
Okay, well, I've got a greater healing potion and a growth potion. Who knows when those might come in handy, but just tuck those in my bag.
Sounds good.
Good weather and a little mini shopping trip seemed like a good way to start the day of, God, I hope, the last day of travel before we get where we were going.
You hope. Yeah, I guess with that, then the brothers will be off, the old man, brother, snail, merchants.
All right, brother. If these people don't need us anymore, we need to go brew some more potions and get some more spell scrolls. Yes, let's be off, brother.
Thank you. It's nice to meet you. What was the name of your snails?
Oh, our snails. You want to know about our snails? Well, I guess maybe I should ask what your name is.
Yes, I do very much. My name is 5.
Your name is 5.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, this one is Julian, the one I'm riding, and the other one is Chislev. And looking at you, you might know exactly what gods those are. Maybe? And he gives you like a quizzical look.
Do I know who those gods are?
You can roll me religion.
Oh dear.
We're going everywhere today. Oh, I should give it to you. Fuck. Okay. All right. Whatever. Okay. You do know. I don't know how you know, but you know. These
I read it
are.
in a book.
Yeah. Well, we'll say you don't know a lot about the Dragonborn, but you know a little bit about their religions, and you've heard the names Julain and Chislev tossed around a little bit. You know that they are gods in the Dragonlance pantheon, that Dragonborns, different than the Dawn War pantheon that everybody in the Empire follows. This is like a different religion altogether, the Dragonlance pantheon with different gods, and you know that they belong to the Dragonlance pantheon. You don't know exactly what their roles are or anything like that. You would have had to roll quite a bit higher, but you do know that they're Dragonlance or Dragonborn gods.
It's really cool that you named your snails after Dragonborn gods.
Yes, well, what a coincidence that you, a Dragonborn, would ask.
Yeah, I just like animals. Can I pet one really quick before you leave?
Sure, they're a bit slimy. You might need to wipe your hands off after.
5's like face is just lit up with glee, like doesn't care at all. and gives each of the giant snails a good old like pat, little rub under the chin, whatever passes as a chin on a giant snail.
Yeah, their little heads and antennas like lift up, and you like get under their belly, and then you give them a little pat on the head, and you can feel as you pat them on their head, their whole body, like their whole snail body, like quivers and shivers and shakes a little bit underneath your fingers.
Yeah, you guys are good snails.
Yes, they've always served us very well. And you don't need to feed them very much. They make all of their own food as they go.
That's really cool. I would love to have a giant snail. Well, anyway, take care. There's supposed to be wolves around here.
Oh, wolves are not of any concern to us. Ha ha ha. Maybe if they were werewolves or something, or maybe some sort of fake creature disguised as a wolf, but I'm pretty sure we'll... And they start laughing again. We'll be able to handle a few wolves. And they keep laughing to themselves as they're going, and they're laughing. They're like, yes, wolves, so dangerous, yes.
As they leave, like Five comes back to everybody like, I think that those snails eat wolves.
That's what it sounded like. They
Yeah,
are pretty
right?
big snails.
I mean, they were huge snails, and like Five is looking at their hand, which is all slimy with snail goop, like just looking so pleased with themselves.
Globuk could eat a wolf.
You know, Glowbug, if you cooked a wolf, I would eat it.
I don't doubt that fact.
All right. Well, I guess I should
just saw
ask.
that.
How late do we want to
don't know
go?
their names. I was gonna say, I think my grandma poked back here and said that dinner was gonna be ready in not too soon, so I'll probably have to leave.
All right. I think we should just end it here then, especially because Ileana never did make it here, so I'll send her a message and just make sure she's okay. I'm sure she is, but regardless, yeah, we'll go ahead and call it for now after the Snail Boys left and we have woken up in the new day. Another day has passed. Wow. A whole session for an RP of a day, which is great. And you didn't roll any combat encounters in it, so it's just been a nice time chilling out with you guys.
Yeah, that was I mean, I figure we'll do plenty of God, I hope we'll do plenty of fighting next week when we actually find the beetles. please God. But yeah.
Yeah, I was so ready. I have the whole session like ready, and we just never left this page. You know, it's kind of crazy actually. I like built so much more, and I'm like, oh fuck, we like. I was looking at it like 2 and 3. I'm like, yeah, we're still talking these kids. I was like, god damn, I don't think we'll actually even get out of this page today. But also, it's great when you can still have a whole session where you're like really intrigued with what's just going on. So.
Yes, that's what happens when the roads become impassable.
Yeah, we just literally have to talk for a day. There's nothing else to do.
Yeah, and when you spend half an hour to an hour in the beginning of the session explaining a bunch of new things, attunements, and all that shit, so.
Yeah, no problem. And then your cleric wanders off and wanders back with 7 strangers.
Yeah, well, that was actually perfect because that was tied into the whole random rolls thing. Actually, that was one of the encounters that was going to happen today anyways, and I was like, well, you're going to go find it. So, yeah, luckily it was already tied into what was going to happen. Yeah, good session, though.
Yeah, it's one of those times that you're really amused by the fact that, like, you know, depending on who had been the one to run into them, it might have gone differently. Like, I don't know if Ileana would have been like, yeah, come back with us, and like, you know, or she just would have been like, sorry, we're busy.
True.
Left.
I think Ileana secretly has a big heart, even though outside she has a very tough, mean exterior.
I mean, I don't
She may have-
know. Maybe.
She may have eaten all of the orphan's cookies, but at least she paid for it.
Yeah.
That's true. But she was like very adamant about how, you know, if we found the bad guys, like, they weren't any of her concern, and she was happy just killing them, so.
Well, I mean, bad guys get probably different treatment in her world, I think. And I think the biggest thing I have to say about her having a big heart is that the first thing she did for you, Five, was buy something, smash it, and give it to you.
I mean, don't I know it?
Yeah.
I still find that hilarious.
So I think we'll see like a lot more of her soft side as we go out through the campaign. But for now, yeah, Ileana's just sort of a nice little mystery to us.
Such a mystery.
I mean,
Especially
everyone's a
this
little bit
session.
mystery, except for 5.
I say we're all
Hey!
a little mysterious.
5 still has some mystery. You don't know everything about me.
Yeah, we know more about you than we know about anyone else.
That is true. I mean, 5 will just tell you anything mostly that you ask. So
Probably know, like, everything about Beryl that Beryl knows about himself.
that
Maybe.
might be true.
There's certainly a lot he doesn't know about himself.
Ooh. But if that was going to be true of anyone, it would be Beryl.
I like that. It's the things we find out about ourselves on the way that really matters.
That is true.
It's the
And
real
so true
treasure.
in D&D. Yeah, the real treasure we made along the way. But also the real gold and platinum wasn't bad.
Oh yeah, it was nice to afford those potions.
I know, right?
Yeah, all that lined up pretty good for you guys, actually. I wasn't expecting you to spend any money until, like, to get, like, potions or any of that kind of shit until you get back to Die Shield, essentially, and then you would have all your gold. And you're not supposed to have this much gold. I mean, you're supposed to have what you got from the loot, but on top of that, you're not supposed to have that much gold. So, yeah, it's kind of nice to see you guys are, like, getting a little bit of shopping done even out in the middle of nowhere, because, you know, with all this extra gold, I'm sure it's burning a hole in your pockets.
It was, and I literally told them earlier that the only thing I'd written on my notes about last game was, we should buy some potions at some point.
No way. That's so crazy. And then you get the potion masters rolling up on you
Yeah, and
on their
then-
snails, and they're like, here, and this is really what you get is this special learning of this new how to affect a potion. And I'm like, wow, okay, that really did turn out well for you guys then.
That was pretty dope. We're gonna have like Atala before we part ways with her. Just find us so much wolf fruit so that we'll have it forever.
Yeah, she's going to start as soon as you guys start moving that carriage to a new page. That's when she'll start looking for specifically wolf's root and any other. She'll be able to look for different things too as we go on.
Good deal. Well, hopefully she'll get a new page next week.
I can guarantee it because you rolled a 13 on your weather check today. So you are blue skies and you're going to be going.
Yeah, hopefully the potions free up Beryl and my spell slots to do something besides heal Grigor over and over again.
Yep, you brought him along. He's going to keep sapping up your spell slots unless you have ways to deal with him.
Lock him in the carriage, don't let him ever fight.
Just hide, Grigor,
cast
just
this-
hide.
Just cast a sleep spell on him.
There you go.
Just leave him in the carriage.
All right, well, the session's shut down for today. I might put together some EXP to add for the beginning of next session just from all of today's work and whatever. And then, yeah, if anybody has any questions, you can ask those. I'm going to hang around till 4:20 mine time kind of thing, and then I'll be gone.
Alright, well, it was good to D&D with you guys. I'll see you next week.
Yeah, thanks again, 5.
Bye!
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. Well, that was a good session, hey? I know we've only had one other RP session in the game, but what are your guys' thoughts about kind of just hanging out here? It doesn't happen all the time, but sometimes it happens.
I like them. They're, like it's nice to have a session where we're just like doing character stuff and not worrying about almost dying every couple minutes.
That is kind of nice.
Yeah, not being stressed is always nice.
It worked out really well for the stuff with Globuk because now I didn't have to hold people up, so that was kind of nice.
Yeah, that's true. It's the perfect session for that, actually. And yeah, like I think this is where you get to see a little bit more of the fun and crazy side of D&D. You know, when we roll random characters in and stuff like that. So, you know, even though, you know, if somebody's like really craving combat, well, it'll probably happen next session. But I always like to appreciate just kind of the weird and randomness of D&D, because I feel like the more I play D&D, I'm moving away from caring about combat a lot, which I used to care about a lot, and now I'm just like, how fucking weird can we get with D&D?
Oh, pretty weird.
I love the weird random stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I've had some weird encounters. One of them I built was like, there was this giant's baby that had been adopted by these two gay couple. Like, it was a gay couple. They adopted a giant's baby, and they were out swimming in like a gulf. And my group was meeting them and having a great time, and then they got attacked by giant crocodiles. And yeah, they had to like save this giant baby, and it couldn't swim very well and all that. It was pretty good. And the more I get into like just like random characters and random settings, I think it teaches me a little bit more about like how to make things a little more interesting sometimes. Well, I guess I could talk about one thing I was going to talk about, which is I'm going to make a like DM/game questionnaire. I have a few questions on it already that I've used in other games to steer the game to a place where everybody really enjoys it. One of the questions is going to be about items, magic items that you specifically want for your character throughout the campaign. And I'll do my best to build those in. Some of them are probably maybe not feasible, whatever. And then another question will just sort of be about what you want to happen in the like sessions themselves, essentially the structure of the sessions. Yeah, is there any other questions that you think I should add to the questionnaire? There's probably a lot that I could add, so maybe if you guys let me know, that'd be good.
Nothing I can think of off the top of my head right now.
Yeah, no problem. Take your time if you want to think about stuff. Because, yeah, it's always good for me as a DM to get more feedback from my players. I've had 2 campaigns, essentially, where I've had feedback from my players. So I've improved certain things, but there's always different tastes and different flares that people like, or flavors. So, you know, I just try and hit all the notes. Or is there anything that I could improve on just even off the top of your head? If not, I mean, that's fine, but let me know.
The only thing I can really think of is if, like, I don't know if this is what happened, but if, like, we know that, or, you know, I guess that a session's going to start with explaining rules or something. If that, like, if those rules or whatever could just be, like, put into, like, some kind of document, like, on the page ahead of time, so we don't have to spend as much time in the session going over it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Especially because there will be things like that as we go forward with feats and all other abilities and stuff. So yeah, I'll make sure I have like very clear, concise handouts ready beforehand, and then I can just kind of tell people to reference them. That way I don't have to go through it piece by piece. I can just say, you know, these are the new sheets, these are the new rules. If you don't know them, you can look them up. And for those who already know these rules, we can keep going. Because it's always also very interesting to see, and maybe I should ask this on the questionnaire, how good everybody's rule knowledge is. I know that some people probably have a much better rule knowledge than others. So maybe I should ask that on the questionnaire. Because, yeah, I feel like I can get pretty verbose with the explanations because I feel like there's a lot of newbies here. And so I might be doing redundant explanations essentially to everyone who kind of understands it. But yeah, I'll probably tie that in too, just to be like, where do you think your rule knowledge is? Rate yourself maybe out of like 1 out of 10 to see how much I really need to keep going over rules or keep going over different things, or how much people are learning their classes as they go or ahead of time.
Like, I feel people like look at the whatever the specific thing is they need to look at for the session ahead of time and then still have questions, then yeah, it makes sense to spend time like explaining how the thing works.
Yeah, that's fair. And yeah, that phenomena will become less and less as we move through the campaign because there's going to be fewer and fewer rules that I have to touch on because I will already have touched on them, or there's just not that much that the basics of the game is already out there. So yeah, it should become less and less frequent as we move forward.
Trying to explain how combat works when neither party can see the other one.
Yeah. That one's that.
Oh yeah,
Is that even possible? I'm like, I don't know. Don't you need dim light to target things?
You actually don't need to be able to see to target anything. It's really weird.
Oh, trippy.
you sound like someone who has cast the darkness spell.
I have, yes.
It's exactly what the darkness spell does.
Like, even if something's invisible, if you like saw where it was before it went invisible, you can like attempt to figure it out.
Yeah, true. It's just an attack with disadvantage, so I guess it'd be the same things for things in darkness, I guess.
Weird. So, if you're, I remember it's if you can't see them, you have disadvantage. But if they can't see you, you have advantage on the attack. So if you're both in darkness, you're just fighting normally without advantage or disadvantage, which doesn't make any sense because it's the same level of competency as if everyone can see each other.
Okay, that's kind of silly.
Yeah, that is how it works, actually. That's how it's, like, written. Like, that's why when you are invisible, you get advantage. That's trippy. Yeah, I was thinking about the cover thing where you can't attack people who are in full cover. Alright, well, it's almost 4:20. Yeah, you guys got any questions or anything you want to chat about before shutting her down today?
Do you really need to see your opponent to cast Fireball?
Nope.
I feel like that solves the problem.
Yeah, there you
Doesn't
go.
even target anything.
Yeah, exactly. Just like, oh, it's darkness. Why would I target them? I don't even need to know where they are. They're in there somewhere. I'll just AoE it.
I simply attack the darkness.
As long as there's nobody there.
Doesn't even say you need to see the point that you target. You just have to point your finger somewhere and it will go that way.
Now, I've cast Fireball that way, so I do know that one, actually.
Actually, wait, I need to look up Fireball real quick. Just had a really dumb idea.
Well, one of the things you're gonna have is a magical secret.
I mean, it's hard not to choose Fireball. But I don't know, I've got other plans. And damage spells have not been kind to me so far. Or I would have taken Shatter for one of my second level spells. It's just like the poor man's Fireball.
It could be better. You know, like shatter a bridge that someone's standing on.
It's not a bad spell, it's just I can't roll damage apparently.
Who needs damage if the environment kills them?
Yeah. And I was like, oh, I'll just take spells that make other people do damage. And then 5 bought a potion that does the thing that I got the spell for. I was like, oh, this would actually be really nasty on 5. Oh.
Now you can do it on Glowbook. Well, 5 just drinks the potion.
True. And the potion is not concentration, which is an annoying mechanic I haven't gotten to work with yet.
Concentration's so annoying.
Yeah, it really is.
Like every other bard spell takes concentration. Just like
Yep. Clerics have a lot of that too.
No.
It sucks for when I want to build like some specific boss interactions and I'm like, oh yeah, I want to use this spell and then that spell and I'm like, oh fuck, I can only use one. And then I have to just drop usually, and then after that it's just you're dropping damage on people.
yeah.
The thing I hate
Like,
the
what
most
do you-
is that like every summon requires concentration, so you can only ever have one at a time.
There's like some summon spells that once you lose concentration, the creature remains. It just no longer sees you as an ally, and that's just chaos. I love it.
Yeah, like the elementals and the demons, and summoning demons and then losing concentration on it is.
Yeah, I've done that in a fight as a way to allow the players to pass the fight, essentially. They had a summoner who kept summoning all these different, like a few summoners who were summoning different things, and essentially it became down to like, well, we have to break his concentration because these things he's summoning are blocking us from getting to him kind of thing. And so they had to like push through and get to him and break the concentration. Otherwise, they would have just been fighting all the summoning things and they would have never gotten to the end of the encounter.
Just endless waves of trash mobs.
Yep, exactly. It was like at some point they figured it out too. They killed one or two of them and they're like, oh fuck, he just resummons them? And I'm like, yeah, what? Yeah, of course. You gotta kill the summoner. Anyways, keep an eye out for that mechanic in the future. I like building different like mechanics into my fights where it's like, well, if you don't figure this out, like they'll overwhelm you, or they'll, they're growing in strength. If you don't figure out a way to stop that, they're just going to become too strong eventually. Not just like, oh, you're not just looking to kill them, but you're looking to figure out what kind of mechanics they're using to grow and scale, and then trying to stop that. That's usually a good way to spice up some of the encounters.
Can't wait for Beryl to be the one that figures out how to be the boss.
I'll say the whole concentration rules. They do keep the level 5 wizard from casting haste and fly on the barbarian at the same time.
That would be a bit problematic. I guess you just have 2 wizards. There's no problem.
Just
Ooh,
get
that
yourself
sounds
a
like a
sorcerer.
real-
Can't you? Oh no, it's concentration. Never mind.
Yeah.
Anyways. Well, we're still holding one random roll over from last session that I've been waiting to drop on you guys. That'll be next session, probably the first things that kind of happen. Other than that, I think I don't got anything to chat too much about, so I am going to head out.
I think I will as well.
Yep. See you guys next week.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for another great session, and looking forward to most likely reaching our destination at the next session.
Or, another 4 hours of doing basically nothing in the woods.
Yeah, exactly. Hanging out in the woods. Seeing what people are out there.
We've become accomplished campers.
That's for sure. You guys better finish up your adventure, though. You'll run out of food soon.
We can always eat the kids.
Or the horses.
No. The horses take priority over the kids.
Yeah, for sure.
We need the horses.
Yeah, how else would we get back?
All right. Well, I'm going to head out. Thanks again, guys, and I'll talk to you next Sunday.
All right.
Yeah.
Yep, bye.
And just like that, it's just me and the Twitchers. Thanks again for sticking around, everybody. Hope you had a good day watching the old champions of Javrok. We'll be back next Sunday to see what happens with the rest of this adventure as they try and figure out what's going on in the ruins. And stick around for that mystery. Until then, thanks for tuning in, everyone, and have a good day.